friends, good evening, and this is your host Sanket Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palabita joining us from Delhi, North Carolina, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Delhi, North Carolina. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Celeb Tuesday, and good evening to UK, and good evening to Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, because we have viewers around the world watching us live on IBM TV, and today it's a movie night, Kim. We are watching a movie today.
Yes, I hope so. I did not get the link, but I'm hoping that was our plan is we're going to watch Henning's movie, and then next week we'll do a movie review about it. But this way, because everybody's so busy, they don't have a chance to really watch it. But this way, we'll watch it during
what time? What time is the movie?
I'm hoping that we start at 11 if we get the link. Did you get the link?
I'm waiting for Henning's email, but. I think once we'll get the link, we can start at 11 o'clock. 11 to 1 movie time.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Let's bring in the rest of the gang, the crew. There's Alexander Starr from Chess Stars. We want to welcome him. Jim Eade. Where's he? Jim Eade from Chess Without Borders. Looks like we got a big chess team. And then from Great Britain, it's Ben Coates from Great Britain. He just loves to come here and get pounded away. Every day I learn something new about his empire.
Yes,
I mean the British Empire. It had its tentacles everywhere. Not only to bother the people in Canada that are here, like Alexander Starr. They bothered the Indians. They bothered the Americans.
62 countries, Nick. 62 countries.
62 countries. Can you believe that?
They missed Thailand, though.
Into what?
They missed Thailand.
They missed Thailand, but they even grab a piece of Ireland. But I don't get why they have to cut off a little slice of Ireland. Oh, we got to have our slice of Irish pie. That little shepherd's pie, we got to have a slice of that, mate. They took Australia.
You're making me hungry. I've not had breakfast, and we're talking shepherd's pie already.
Pie is good. So anyway, the thing is, it's always good to see our friend from Great Britain, Ben has arrived. I just get thrilled in the morning. And Jim has come back. They missed you yesterday, Jim. David Davidson and all these people.
Everybody missed you.
Asking, where's Jim? Where's Jim? So it's good to have you back. I told him the news of your death was greatly exaggerated.
Yes.
They were all about to go to a funeral, but I said no.
Yeah, right. But you were well missed, and welcome back. And we've got a lot of issues going on in the world. It was a great conversation. Some of the things that we brought up were, the health issues and healthcare situation, as well as just our education, right? Which is another big problem that we're experiencing today, because where are we going to invest in our education? And as always, we had Professor Ted and one of the students on Anita to discuss this. We're going to be carrying that particular part of the show, I think, forward to where we're going to be doing more talks about just the economics of 5G. And so, hopefully we'll be able to get that going again. Raymond was interviewing. He's a graduate from the program there, and he actually got a job interview, which is a good sign, a very good sign, yes. So,
Raymond's got the same problem I do. People judge us by our looks, and they don't think about our brains. Raymond's a very smart guy,
Well, it's today's time to even experienced people don't have a job right now, right? Where 70% people are without a job, are able to go to work. And so to be a graduate this year, that's concerning, right?
I can't imagine what going out to the workforce now would be like.
Oh, it would be horrible. I can explain how bad it would be, because I actually got to graduate from law school right at the height of the last recession, before the last recession, and unemployment was over 10%, 11%. Here's how bad it was. You'd send out 100 resumes, you'd get no responses. You'd go to job interviews that were 40 other people would be standing in line. Right. And so I was going, this is really, really sucks. I mean, the thing is, and unemployment law was even higher. So that was where the opportunity lied. I started my own law practice, literally, because I was going right after law school. I was going, there's no opportunity. Then all of a sudden, the unemployment started going away a little bit. I started actually getting some people. Yeah, would you like to interview? Now, the most I ever made was $8.50 an hour. Okay, as a law clerk back then. That's all. First week, so I started my own practice. I go, I'll just start my own practice, see what happens. First week, I made $3,650 the first week. And I was going, whoa, much better to own your own company.
It is. It really is.
It was in 2 or 3 years because by that time it had grown to 13 JD CPA LLMs, and I grew it to 30 support staff. We were making over $1 million a year, and I quit my own firm. And people were going, why are you going to quit? There was more opportunities in financial services. So I jumped over to financial services. And rather than splitting it with 30 people, 2 people, we were making over 1.7 million a year as opposed to 1 million. So, so what happens when you see these dark clouds that form over your life, there's rays of sunshine. You just got to find it. And it'll eventually pass too, and that's the problem that we have here in the U.S. is we're too ADD. We need everything next week, next month. Doesn't have to be that way. I mean, the thing is, this whole coronavirus thing by the end of the year is probably going to be. We're going to be looking in the rear view mirror and see all the mistakes that we made. And that we're currently making today, by the way. But it's going to take us probably as we head toward the end of the year. But the thing is, opportunity springs from desperation. Okay, so
Nick, you bring up a point. When I graduated, they were recruiting. They did not have enough engineers, and so they were coming to the university, and pretty much it was like, I'm not going to say as good as bidding for the NBA, right? And you go for the highs, but it was pretty cool, right? Because you had this company knocking on your door at the university, and this company. So 4 or 5 companies knocking on our door. I didn't have to do a resume. So it was really kind of a little different.
Yeah, you may have graduated at the right time when the market.
I did, and people think, oh, because you're a woman. No, it was harder because I was probably the only woman, but they were not hiring because you were a woman or a male. Actually, men had a better opportunity. But what I do want to add about your comment about you made $3,000 that week, I want to remind people you don't just get to take all that $3,000 and put it in your pocket. You have to remember there's accounting that goes with that. So now you're running your own company.
Oh, it took me at the end of the month to find out, oops, I had to pay the rent. I had to pay a lease on a computer and a copier.
And the gas for the car. And
you're right. All of a sudden, the money came in, the money went out, and I had to go back next month. I mean, it was like it was a complete rat race. So, but it made me feel good, at least feel validated, as opposed to doing nothing, that month. But you're right. One thing that happens when you own your own business, as they say, the business owns you, and you negate to see, okay, money went out to rent. Money had to go out to the secretary that was run. Money had to go out to computers back then. I actually bought my first PC and laser printer when legal documents were run on typewriters.
Right.
Some of the firms my future partners worked for, I said, we're using typewriters. I said, I want to go right to the laser printer because you can print out the documents a lot faster. So it did all work. But you're right. The thing is, you have this big O called overhead.
I love how you acronym everything, Nick.
Hey, but
it's overhead.
And I want to get an MBA, but you just don't get the word overhead until the bills come in. Then the big O. You go, that's overhead.
Well, that's what I tell people that when you work for a company, that's the one good thing about it is they've got somebody who takes care of all of that, and your paycheck's yours, right? When you work for your own company, yeah, all the money's yours, but you got to manage everything else. All the debt's yours. But you get more money. You do normally if you plan it right, and if everything's going right, you usually get more money. But you also get that, like you said, Nick, you get that gratification of knowing it's yours.
I think there's more psychic benefits than there are real benefits of that. In other words, and then you see the results if you hustle more, and I hustled pretty good back then. So if I was living in Fort Myers, but if there was a case or a presentation in Daytona Beach 8 hours away, I'd drive 8 hours just to have a chance to present to somebody. Seriously. And most people wouldn't do that. I would drive 4 or 5 hours. I would go anywhere to grab business in the door. What happens literally all over the state. What literally, though, a lot of the people, what they do is they'd sit, hey, I put my shingle out, which I did. I was practicing law. I had a little shingle out. And if I relied on walk-in traffic that year, walk-in traffic would have generated $75. An old lady walked in wanting a will for $75. That was it. You had to go out and hustle. So if you want,
you needed to be one of those ambulance chasers and put your shop up on a corner where they have accidents all the time.
I think that's every industry. Yeah, that's in every industry. If you're going to be successful, you got to hustle your industry. Otherwise, forget it. You can't sit there and expect it to come to you, and it just ain't going to happen.
Well, and I'll tell you this, when you work for a company, you have to hustle too. You have to hustle to show your best, to keep your job, to be the best, and to get bonuses and paychecks. So I had to hustle too. And I traveled all over the country. I was one of the engineers that traveled all over the country. So I did the same, hustle.
Sad part in my career, I never was an employee, so I don't have that experience.
I have a lot of experience being paid to learn.
As I told people, I've always been unemployed. I've been unemployed for 37 years. No, as Tom Vellante said, we should get him on here. No one would hire me. So
no one would. I mean, once you
oh boo-hoo, Nick.
Once you ventured out, though, it's hard. And Ben is an entrepreneur. He knows.
Ben is.
Sasha.
I thought he lives in Great Britain. That's a.
Once you venture out,
he's on the dole like everyone else, right?
I thought he was on the dole. Ben, you actually work for a living?
I'm just going to join in Jim's self-pity party for Nick. So there you go.
It's good to have such a wonderful.
I love how you say that. Pity party.
It's good to have.
You got your back, Nick.
I know. Yeah, my back. It's my back being kicked.
And me and Jim do front up the Nick fan club, of course. So if you do want to join, please let us know, and we'll give you the address for that. But yeah, no, I am an entrepreneur, but I see this as part of my marketing, Nick. I see coming on shows like this as part of my marketing. I'm a positive person anyway, and I do believe that a lot of times we do talk ourselves down, and it doesn't help, especially the people that need talking up. So I'm a great believer. Indeed, my podcast is called The Entrepreneur's View of Business. It's all about positivity. We have to get it. I've just done a series of driving events with a good friend of mine in Shropshire, and I've actually just wrote a blog on it today. And in it, I've put that because they're such good such good event organisers, life's given them lemons. They've gone out and made the best lemonade they could. And that only comes through positivity, talking everything up, and also not listening to negative ninnies out there who want to pull people down, who want to have a go. Because there's no doubt when you set up a business, everybody tells you why you shouldn't. Nobody ever comes to you and say you should do it because. They come to you and say you shouldn't do it because it will fail, it will do this, it will do that. And it's only the strong-willed and the strong-minded that get through that. And that's one of the biggest mindsets you can have. You have to read positive stuff, and this is part of my positivity. Being on IBM TV has been a godsend because during lockdown, because it just is positive, and everybody on here gets on so well. They've all got the same mindset, and they're all determined. If we're honest, we're stubborn because we're not going to take no for an answer. Everybody on here is stubborn, and that is. But it's a positivity stubbornness.
Thank you, Ben. We drive for the power of positive thinking.
That is totally incorrect. Okay, so I totally disagree.
You got one less member of the Nick fan club.
Let me tell you something, my friend from Great Britain. I'm going to tell you about the power of negative thinking, how it can affect your life and make your life different. Okay, it can do a difference.
Was that a bestseller?
No, not really. Oh wait, the power of positive thing. Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
These are the cups that Nick and I took to our conferences. We had hundreds of these made.
Oh, but
it says the power of positive
thinking. There's absolute truth to that. And Ben, actually, I did go to a lot of conferences like that. And in our industry, financial services, the top producers all went to these positive thinking conferences. Why? Because in financial services, you get beat up all the time. Beat up in this respect. You go out and you sell your product. the person's going to say, well, I'm not interested, or no, or there's all this negative stuff that goes out. Just like you said, starting your own practice, even what I did, the law students around me were all saying, they basically, oh, you got to go work for somebody. In other words, the whole theory is you got to go work. Oh, you can't start your own practice right out of law school. Are you kidding me? You need to get experience working for another attorney. And I was so fed up with you know what I was fed up with more than anything? The bloody job interviews. To me, it was like I'm sitting there. I felt like I was a prostitute trying to land a trick. I mean, I felt I was the lowest of the low all the time. It was a horrible feeling. And I said, I never want to be in that feeling again. I want to be the guy who makes the hiring decisions. And from there on in, I hired literally hundreds and hundreds of people since then, so I sat on the other side of the table as opposed to this side of the table, which frankly I never wanted to sit on again. To me, that was it was a really discouraging experience. So, but in the meantime, I also had to get hired all the time, but my clients. In other words, I had to go see clients and continually prospect clients, and they would say no. You have to bounce back and go say yes, and keep digging your heels in and keep working. It's a bit of a pain, but there are some rewards at the end of the rainbow, I believe. Like I said, a lot of it's more psychic than probably real. I just never went that direction. That just wasn't me. It's always been unemployed.
Unemployable. There's a difference.
Unemployable.
Yeah, totally. not unemployed. Unemployable.
Totally. Look. If I put an application, I get rejected from a job. I'd say they probably made the right decision. I don't take an offense anymore, and I really don't. I do apply for jobs just to see if I'm employable, and I can guarantee you I am not. Okay, in any form or fashion, in any type of job, it just ain't going to happen. So. It is what it is. Yes.
But you're right though, Nick. I'm involved in something in the Midlands called the Dyslexia Awards, and it's all about rewarding people with dyslexia.
Yes.
And actually, people when these business owners interview, they actually look for people that have got dyslexia, because dyslexia is one facet of the makeup, and because that facet is struggling, they've got another facet that will be absolutely stunning.
Right.
And what they do is they shape the role for the person then to fit into what will benefit them, because that will benefit the company more. Yeah. And again, that's all about positivity and thinking like that. And it amazes me, and I love stories like that, because that is what we need.
Yeah. Dyslexics do really well in financial services and sales. Okay. In other words, as we line up our top producers, we believe, but we can't prove that most of them are dyslexic. Okay. Because they don't want to read anything. I mean, to them, reading is horrible, but they're just great with people, and they can sell the bejeevers out of people. In other words, their people skills are extremely high. So if I was dyslexic, I would move into sales, because they make a fortune.
Don't forget engineering.
What?
Don't forget engineering.
Well, yeah, because you don't have to read. You have to I don't know what engineers do. To me, engineers are just weird people. Stay away from them, and then your life will be a lot better. So you kind of try to block them out, because they're not people. They do better off with computers and isolated rooms. They write chess books, and do things like that, but they're definitely not people. So the minute you see somebody who's an engineer chess player, I think you need to be on guard about that person's people skills. Chances are it's extremely low, not just low, but extremely low. As a matter of fact, if this is low, they're probably way down here somewhere. You can't even see it on the screen.
Where are these people based, Nick, a lot of the time?
Usually they go to San Francisco or that Bay Area. That's the reason I won't go there. I mean, it's just that is one weird group of people. So
you probably didn't want to go to our group lunches.
No, I don't think so. See, in the group lunches, they all sit away from each other, and then they don't talk to each other. That's called a group lunch in San Francisco. So good idea just to stay away from them. Your life will be a lot better no matter what. You go to India, those people are at least sociable. Shoot, they have to be. They have 1.3 billion people. So Ankit has to get along with everybody. Why? His next door neighbor's 2 feet away from him. Then another neighbor's 3 feet away from them. They have lots of people. So they have to be sociable. I figured the Indians all have to have high social skills because you couldn't have that many of them in a room.
He's got 1.3 billion followers on
He's
Facebook.
got 1.3 billion followers on Facebook. Any person you want to know about, you just ask Ankit. Well, I'll find them for you. I got a database, 1.3 billion people. I can find somebody for you who can do something. So, yeah, his work works.
I told you about one of the priests. I mean, who manages the database of all your generations. It happens near Ganges and in a lot of places in India. And if you go there and ask them that I need a list of 20 generations up from me, I mean, all my ancestors, so they have a list of all those people. When, what time they come and what are the names and how much donation they have made and all those things. So they are still available and they are called like Google Babas basically, because they are more powerful than Google and they have small books where all the families around India have their own database.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, and then they recently, yesterday, an article came out that they're incentivizing Google and Samsung $6.5 billion to move their or develop their their iPhones and all the phones to be manufactured in India. So they're pulling manufacturing away from China and moving it more to India. I think you're going to see a lot of that take place over the next decade, and that's the reason there's a high. I don't know if you saw the stats. The GDP of India, it's going to be the third largest economy. I know Great Britain's going to have a hard time. You gave away the jewel, Great Britain. You gave away the jewel. You already know it's the jewel.
Sasha, I know that you've got a sell on the USA. Do you have a buy on India?
A buy on India. Sasha just buys and sells countries.
I have a friend of mine who actually holds India investment funds for a long time. He has a small position, but a very good one because it goes up almost all the time. And I was thinking about that. It's just you have to hold on to it for a long time, and that's probably the only reason why I wouldn't do it. But for somebody else, I think it's a wonderful position to take, just India iShares fund or some equivalent of that. I think there are very good prospects in India economy.
Yeah,
we are on to India for a long time. It didn't work out for us either.
He took a long position on India.
Yeah. The Brits had a long-term position on India. Now they shorted.
I'm concerned that people have long positions and they have like 5-year plan for India, and especially what happens in China and all those global positioning changing up. But if we are not able to maintain our, or reduce our corruption level, it's difficult to survive, and it's difficult for companies to come back and work in India, because corruption hampers a lot of things, and then there's a lot of opportunity. But still, if we are not, buckle up ourselves and make sure that we have strict policies for everyone and welcome all our people who wanted to establish in India, then only we can survive. Otherwise, people will go back, because there's a lot of corruption and there's a lot of policy issues. And if you talk about Indian skill set, there are a lot of people in India who are not skilled. They have degrees, they are educated, but they don't have any skill basically. So we have to do a lot of work to make sure that we can survive, or we can make sure that we reach out to the expectation what the world wants from India.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you have a tremendous labor force. With 1.3 billion people. And I think that's one reason a lot of the corporations in America are gravitating toward India to do a lot of the work. Is the thing is you have a high skilled, huge labor force over in India. But it's not just America. A lot of places around the world are headquartering their manufacturing actually in India. So with that, that's where they're looking at a 7% growth in GDP. The United States of America, after the last report I got, where annualized decline is 32% negative. Now, that is based on last quarter's result.
Quarter, yeah.
Last quarter's result annualized, so it's not a complete exact picture. But let's go take a look at it. You think this quarter is going to be any better?
I know. No. And when is it going to get better?
Yeah, the question is, my prediction, Jim, it'll get better in 2021. Okay, in other words, you can write off 2020. It's just going to be a bad year for everybody because even by the fourth quarter, we're not going to have a vaccine. Okay. Well, there's going to be vaccines, but they're not going to be widely distributed at that point in time until fourth quarter. And that's what Fauci says also. There's vaccines, but not everybody's going to get them. People aren't going to be returning to work in a lot of the sectors that the vaccine makes a difference, which is going to put a drag on the economy all the way till the end of the year. So with that, not much to do between now and the end of the year. The problem is, as we well know, the Americans can't sit still for 6 months.
Well, Rakesh, what are the barriers to India that Ankit was just referring to, like corruption, maybe some regulations, there's some political issues? What do you think are the barriers to companies coming in and staying in India?
There is this service, it's called an administrative service. It's a bit of a misnomer. It's sort of instead of helping, there are some, don't get me wrong, there are some of the service who are really bright and really try to do things, but they are very, very small percentage. The majority of them come in and join the service to milk the system for money. And the reason, and Ankit is absolutely right when he says there is corruption, but corruption is not merely the result of administration, it's also the result of a culture which doesn't understand yet that the extra mouth to feed is not giving assets, not giving return on investment. So it is also a problem of the people. They reproduce so much that corruption is inevitable. The main restriction, I would say, is the Indian Administrative Service, which, and of course, an absolutely idiotic parliament. The equivalent of Congress in the United States. You will never find a greater bunch of thugs anywhere in any parliamentary system in the world. Just disgusting. Most of them are barely literate. Laws, therefore, remain in the almost most of the laws that are there. The Indian Penal Code is largely written by Lord Macaulay. They and hardly modified since independence in the 70 years. The other laws are also equally bad. And it's that is another thing. We had a bankruptcy court just last year, which is quite sad, and it's not even very efficient. So that's where things are. Very bad legislation, very poor administration, but that's coupled with very, very hardworking and inventive people. So it's really hard to write off India, but you've got if you're good at navigating through very, very sort of, if you're able to read between the lines of what the government is saying, you would probably be able to manage reasonably well in India. If you're somebody who goes by what's written in the book, India is not the place for you.
I see. And if I heard you correctly, the original problem was blamed on the UK, Lord Chesterfield.
I wouldn't say that. The UK at least set some kind of law in India, but they set the norms. They gave you a good, they gave the populace a reasonable education, which was suitable for their purposes, which was fair enough. I think soon after independence, there was a lot of enthusiasm. I think about 30, 35 years, 40 years after independence, that sort of faded. And then everybody just gave up and said, what they say, chalta hai, which means it works. So let's just manage with it. and that's where the problem arises. In the 1980s, we were doing reasonably well. It was the time when Deng Xiaoping started the liberalization with China in China. So they were actually behind us. And then when they decided to liberalize and let the world in, they beat us to it. India was left far behind, and we talk of rate of growth and things like that. But what's the base of growth? The Chinese economy is 5 times the Indian economy. So even if we have a rate of growth of 10%, we will find it very hard to catch up.
Yes.
With China. China, in terms of purchasing power parity, which is the real value exchange, not nominal currency exchange, has beaten USA way back in 2013 or 2015. I'm not quite sure, but so that's the situation. All that the USA has now is the nominal value, which is there because of the dollar. And if the Saudi family, the royal family, collapses and there's nobody who continues linking oil sales to the dollar, even that nominal advantage of the USA will be lost, and you will have to recognize China as the number 1 economy of the world. It doesn't mean that that's a perfect society. It is a society that has its own problems, and we all know that. I don't have to bore you with a repetition.
I agree. But that's not a popular thing to say in the United States, that we're not number 1.
Yeah, but in fact, unfortunately, it's a fact.
Yes.
But Jim, do we not look at size rather than strength? Size is okay, but at the minute, the bigger it is, the harder the fall. Should we not look at strength of economy and strength of the top businesses and the gap between the big businesses and the small businesses? It's always a dangerous in its size because, as I say, at the moment it's a massive market which is more susceptible to.
That's already been considered by China. In the last half a decade or maybe a little more, their investment into fundamental science has been phenomenal. In the last maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the number of patents that Huawei had was more than any other company in the USA. So this is one of the reasons why the USA is targeting Huawei. It is one of the it's in the vanguard of Chinese development, and you can see it in their 5G equipment is streets ahead of anything that Ericsson or anybody else has. But the fact is that they are investing in pure sciences. They have in the process of developing an accelerator which is 9 times the size of CERN. And they have, while the USA gave up on its accelerator.
Yes.
They have astro telescopes, which are some of the largest, the radio telescopes, some of the largest in the world. Scientists in pure science are vying to enter, to get a visa for China, because the kind of investment in pure sciences is huge. Now, this means fundamentally they're quite confident in technology, and because today's science is tomorrow's technology, they're already investing in it. While in America, we're just finding the religious right coming and just throttling pure science. So you just got, these are facts, anybody who's looking at it from an independent point of view cannot miss it.
They're also eating our lunch in Africa because they're investing in African countries, and our president is calling them S-hole countries. And so we're ignoring the resources, the natural resources that are there, and China's all over it. And they're just eating our lunch.
Spend even 1 month in Africa, and you will realize that it is not at all an asshole company. Go to Rwanda. That man Kagame is so clear. He wants to make first Rwanda the electronic hub, the IT hub of Africa.
Yes.
Wow.
And his focus is very, very clear, and it's and okay, Zimbabwe is a bad example, but Botswana ain't too bad. And if you look at Nigeria, highly ambitious people. I know we know about the fishing thing. That's where they've got a lot of negative publicity. But they are very, very dynamic people, and I can say so because I've lived there. And it is. So I wouldn't. I would say China's got its strategy well mapped out. Unfortunately, it's because they know that they have to work hard on the international scene. In the USA, let me tell you today, in my opinion, the reason why the world has still got a hope of being free is the USA. Because whatever it is the place where there is an open commitment towards equality and freedom. Now, the insidious force is the religious right, and they have unfortunately. I'm astonished to see that there are people in this day and age who say evolution is not true. I don't want to even consider such people as even human. To me, they're subhuman hominids.
Well, rather than that, I would say, Albert Einstein once talked about, you could have pride in your nation. You need your frontal lobe to be a patriot, but you just needed an hyperactive neural system to be a jingoist. And so these people are operating with hyperactive neural systems, but they're not using their brains. And so, I don't think that they're not human. I just think that they're not evolved.
I am exaggerating. I agree they are human. I am exaggerating, which is not good for a scientist. But I feel so angry about it. That's the only reason why I say so. The fact is that the religious right have to be controlled. That has to happen. If America has to get anywhere into even a competition right now, it's running a race looking backward. It doesn't realize China's already ahead.
Yes.
The cost of bread, purchasing power is very simple. How much money does it take to buy a loaf of bread in one country as against another? And if you find that you buy bread cheaper in China, then, and it's costly in the US, then China's ahead.
Rakesh, I just have a basic question. If you have to buy something, you will buy from China. But if you want to trust a country, would you trust China or would you trust someone else?
I've discovered one thing. I mean, and that a good while ago, as I was trying to understand international politics, that every country looks after its own interest. So nobody can trust anybody. I feel sad when I look at Narendra Modi expecting support from the United States. It's not going to come. Margaret Thatcher told Mrs. Gandhi a long time ago, and that's from Great Britain. Margaret Thatcher told Mrs. Gandhi, always, take care of your defense.
True.
Because it's Teddy Roosevelt said the same thing. Speak softly, but carry a big stick. It's this is nothing new. And I feel sad that we in India, we've neglected our defense. We have treated the army like just like the others, like the Supreme Court, which is now a caged parrot. There's the Central Bureau of Investigation is also a caged parrot. It's there is nothing when we destroy our institutions, we are weakening the people. But somehow in India, we seem to think that a strong leader is a good leader. Hitler was one of the strongest.
Why are you saying India? Because it sounds to me like you're talking about the United States.
Also, because this is the same thing, Bolsonaro, Trump, you name every strong leader, one person cannot think of the interest of more than 1 billion people. Because he doesn't even know the billion people. There are people who live in totally different. India is so diverse. There are people who live in worse conditions than sub-Saharan Africa.
Are we not back to what we said last week?
And this is not to knock India. There are many hardworking, bright people in India. Really hardworking, really ingenious, a lot of ingenuity, a lot of.
It's also true of the United States. That's true of all countries.
And
go ahead, Ben.
It is a time to take a hard look at the other side of democracy, which is accountability for the term of service, which is why I've been saying this till I'm blue in the face. I'm not really quite Avatar kind of blue, but. But you need to have right of recall. Democracy without right of recall is not democracy. Especially when times are changing so rapidly, you need to have right of recall, continuous. So you have an election after a certain period of time. If the guy doesn't, live up to his promises, he's out. The next person, you don't hold another election. The next candidate with the highest number of votes gets in.
We call that impeachment.
Well, no,
you don't need to. Impeachment is too grand a term. You just need to get them out.
So years ago, when we first began elections, like in the very beginning, did you know that the president and the vice president could not run on the same ticket together?
Yeah. Aaron Burr was vice president to Thomas Jefferson.
I think everything became more corrupt when you did allow the president and the vice president to be elected together as a pair. I don't think that needs to happen. I also think our system is needed for an overhaul. A country now should operate like a company. And why should a company benefit from all of the things?
I saw your post, and I agree with you there.
Right?
I saw your
Instead
post.
of one vice president, we need a vice president for every type of solution.
Functionality, yes.
And then each vice president, just like in a company, they have associates or delegates from each state that come and give the information about education. Then this vice president is for health. And so all of these delegates, but not just each state. I think we need to globally connect. So that vice president, just like in a corporation, will not just report to each of his state delegates. He'll also report to a country delegate. Now you have opened up a door to a completely different government system that is for the people. And and somebody said that's going to cost a fortune. Do you know how much we spend right now on our
doesn't won't cost because there's so much of technology.
So the income paying that we do for our system that we have right now, the last time I looked at it in 2018 was $23 billion is what we're paying our delegates. To do what? And answer me this. Each delegate is supposed to review every bill that comes in and understand it. And
Most of them are not even in the House.
They don't read every bill. They count on somebody telling them what that bill says. So now you're not getting the full representation of each bill. And I know this because I've sat down with the senators. I've had breakfast with them. Oh, I didn't know that. Did you read it? No, of course not. He's not going to read every bill. But if you individualize it like you do a company, right? And they go, oh, I'm doing all of the budget, which, by the way, I would elect David M. Walker for the budget, right? Because that's what he did for years. And I think he would represent us very well. But I'm just saying then everyone who is on there understands budgets. They understand economics. They understand these things, right? And then you're not just talking about it here in the U.S. You've got your delegates from other countries, and that's what your focus is. And if there's some crossover, that's fine because that happens in a company. You have your CFO who crosses over with the CIO. right?
Rotation, functional rotation. Yes.
Your CISO works with your CTO, right? I think this is where we need to evolve. I think it's time that we evolve into a different type of organization. And everybody doesn't like this because they're so comfortable with, we have a Democrat, we have a Republican. I'm going to tell you what, this system hasn't worked.
It's simple, so we
Didn't
can
work for Great Britain, the Whigs and the Tories.
Well, Ben, you're so shy. I want to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, so I think Donald Trump has done something really well. He has proved that good businessmen cannot run a whole country. No business person, no business person has ever managed so many people. It's impossible. Yeah. So why do we rely on one person to manage a country, which, and as Kimberly says, which is a company? We can't, and we just don't seem to want to use the experience of many good business people. If we had, like say, a board or however, Kimberly, you've said to run it, if we had a board of top business people, we would run so economically, it would run so much, well, so more towards the people, because we've got this government system that runs it, and I know it's the biggest ever set of accounts that anybody could ever run. And then we rely on a chancellor or whatever the foreign whatever the financial person's called in the country to manage it all with a few around a table, and yet we've got people that run millions of pounds worth of businesses just sat there, and then we'll promote them to the Lords if we fancy it in this country. So we've got Alan Sugar in the Lords, brilliant. But what could he in the Lords? Why don't we get him onto a committee that runs the finances of the country? I don't get it. I don't get what we do. I do get it. It's because it's power. It's money. It's commercialization. It's power. That's why.
But you divide, you conquer. And so the leaders conquer our country by keeping us divided. And so they've divided us by Republican. But I want to read something to you that Mike Callahan, here, guys, I got my magazine. So Mike Callahan, to me, these are some of the most powerful educated voices as well as us, right? And so this is what he said. Now, you have to understand, Mike Callahan gets called to every epidemic, right? And he suits up. And so one of his first big calls in the United States was to go out to the ship that was at sea and help separate the people that were out there and get it under control and contain. And then he went back to his home to start controlling and containing it at his own hospital in Boston. But he says here, the entire world at that moment was also taking a deep leap into the unknown. That's where he said he's walking onto the ship, because you're walking into the unknown. We have no idea what we're doing. But he had been on the phone since January with his team and people in China to understand what this disease was. He says he bypasses government because they don't care about you, right? So, but rather into the forgotten, epidemics always have afflicted humans, and pandemics since we first sprawled across the globe. They have taught us important lessons. If only we could manage to remember them in our exhaustion and relief after the danger has passed us by. What he's saying is that as soon as it's over, we forget and we move on to something else, rather than taking that lesson and saying, how do we think? And this will not be our last. There are more bigger and dangerous ahead of us. And then this is probably one of the most uniquely written articles. You can't stop there for his story, because what they do then is they go in and they tell you the stories about all the other great people in our history that handled pandemics. And then it ends with him. So you have to read about 50 pages. And then at the very end of the story, you wrap up with him. And what he says is, we have entered into a frightening new world, or maybe we are returning to the old world of our disease-plagued ancestors. Either way, the one great lesson we should take away is not to forget this one happened.
Well, Kimberly, I've lost all my chess friends, but in chess, what we do, we call it a post-mortem, which means you analyze after the game. You analyze the game that you just played, and whether you won or lost, you're looking for how you could have improved. And post-mortem is a natural thing for a chess player, to look at what just happened and analyze it. but that's not how our country works. It's what's new, what's the next ticker tape, or what's the next TikTok video, or so we're always going forward. We're never looking back and learning, because the past forms us, but it can also inform us if we allow it to.
But Jim, we can't even agree where the coronavirus started.
That's true.
Well, what we can't even agree on, we can't even agree whether it exists.
Yeah.
We can't even agree whether it exists. I have friends that tell me it's just lies. It's fake.
It's a hoax.
They tell me you're letting the government get to your brain, Kim, and I'm like, which government? Got one saying it does, one saying it doesn't. I believe it exists because I know people who've had it. I talk to doctors who've had it.
Yeah.
That's one part of the problem, Kimberly. The other problem is that I was there. I mean, I paid a lot of attention to these four men who were in front of the Congressional Committee for Monopolies. And that's the other side. Nobody, when they were confronted with real hard evidence of how they've been abusing their market power, all of them were just looking like schoolboys getting rapped on the knuckles. Whether it was Tim Cook or whether it was Sundar Pichai or Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, all of them. And I was particularly interested in Jeff Bezos because I put my platform, my platforms on his cloud site, and I found out in this thing that if he found that you were doing well, he would steal your idea and launch a parallel company to take away your business.
Well, that's why I don't want the country to be run.
Welcome to Walmart. Walmart would do the same thing. They would steal your idea.
I can give a biggest example. Everyone knows about Netflix.
Netflix and Amazon Prime
is using Amazon platform.
But Ben had something to say earlier. Ben, what was that?
But I mean, it's like you say, just going back to what you said, you can't even agree if it does exist. But how can you agree if it exists if you don't know where it exists from? Why can't we just be honest? Forget the narrative coming from Donald Trump. But if it did come from the Chinese wet markets, let's be honest about it and say it did and learn from it. Not throw out blame, because it could have happened anywhere, because we don't know what we don't know. So let's not throw out blame. Let's say, it's China's, what does he call it? China's virus, he calls it, doesn't he? That's wrong. It's come from the wet market, and that could happen in any country, because it's obviously procedures that it's occurred because of. So let's go back and let's see, okay, if it happened in the wet market, why did it happen? What procedures can we put across the world to make us more healthy and more, and make us more immune from these kind of diseases? If it happened in the labs, why did it happen in the lab? Why did it happen in the lab? How can we stop that happening again? I don't get why we can't do that.
Because people want to do this and they're scared to get blamed. People don't know how to accept blame because everybody gets sued. So immediately, if a lab takes responsibility and said, you know what, yeah, we were experimenting and it accidentally got out, and one of our employees accidentally carried it out, he didn't know what he was doing, immediately that lab gets sued and they lose everything they get. So blame and liability is the reason why we will never find that ground zero. And I agree with you. If we found ground zero, we would solve a lot of the problems with this.
Well, why don't we just crack down on wet markets? I mean, that's another thing.
It is what China is doing, but again, not thoroughly enough. Not thoroughly enough. I've actually visited the wet markets in Hong Kong long before all of this started, and I found it so repugnant that I wouldn't go inside after one or two trips. And I think that it is something that I found totally repugnant. It's not that I'm not a meat eater. I've been in New Zealand and I've seen the way meat is processed there, and it is a clash of cultures. The fresh is best culture, which is a refrigeration, norm is what is running most of these countries, and unfortunately, that is where you because that's a live organism, you are going to have live viruses and live all kinds of creatures inside it, and fresh is not best in an era of refrigerators. What you need is it's just, I was just seeing on BBC, doctors in Vienna in a certain century, I think it was 1800s, doctors would, or the mid 1800s, doctors would go straight out of an autopsy and then do a delivery. So you had 21% of mothers dying in childbirth because of infection. They would not wash their hands.
They didn't understand
this were doctors, and not so far away, about 150 years ago. So if doctors, were so lax, just imagine, how slow our ship is of humanity. We are still not moving with times. This is future shock. Toffler wrote about this. We are our brains, our cerebra are still somewhere in 1890.
Well, one of the biggest plagues, what was it, cholera, where they determined that it was just purely, the way that you clean things, right? Yes. They determined during one of the wars, the surgeries were probably the most disgusting, laxed facilities, and the men weren't dying from the wound; they were dying from the disease.
Surgeries.
Right. So when they learned to clean up and take very good care and clean the vicinities very well, that's when we stopped a lot of the deaths that did not need to happen.
Florence Nightingale, basically. The Crimean War, yeah.
So there are a lot of things to be learned. Is being cleaner going to help us with this disease? I don't know. What I believe is that we're going to have to become a tighter community. Kind of like when I hear Lynn talk about his small town, they still don't have a single COVID case. I almost think Lynn lives in a make-believe bubble, but because it just sounds too good to be true, right? I know he goes walking to the postmaster. It just sounds like back in the,
Andy Griffin.
Right. Right. And, that actually, the real town for Andy Griffin actually exists a few miles up the road from me.
Mayberry, RFD.
Yeah, Mayberry. And it's real. Like they still have the, Gomer's the gas station, the gas station and everything. And actually one of the women who was on that show still is alive and lives there. And just one person is left now. Uh-huh. But anyway, getting back, it sounds too good to be true, but maybe that's where we need to kind of go to isolate the hot zones, right? Is getting back to community lifestyle living. That means that you can still get out and meet with everyone, but be very careful. In other words, if you cross this zone and you come back, then maybe you need to be getting tested, right? And that will prevent the diseases coming in. You can still go to school. Your kids can go to school. We just have to be careful. Grandma and grandpa might have to make sure the kids get tested before they come. And we got to get the testing down. I think testing is more important than vaccine, to be honest with you. I don't trust any vaccine that comes out in the next 3 months because it hasn't been validated.
My wife had to wait 8 days for her COVID test results, and I had to wait 1 day because I had a procedure that was coming up. So they tested me Friday for a procedure Monday, and I found out I was negative on Saturday. So the science is there.
It's there, but there's not enough people, and that's the problem, right? They prioritize the testing.
It's the prioritization that we have to question.
Right, but the chemicals and the results are available, and this is why I said we need to move it to all the universities. There's at least 1 to 2 universities in each city that you can set up the labs, and this way the students are getting real live opportunity to do real work, and you can set up the labs. They can get paid. And now you're testing and giving results in 24 hours. Yeah. But right now, the way it is, it's all about money. one lab. So all of these tests go to one lab, and they get shipped out to one lab. Why can't we have a lab set up in every city? It makes no sense to me that we're not operating.
Market economics. They keep insisting on market economics. It's totally wrong. You know, I saw on Netflix a hospital in rural United States. It had only one doctor who was doing all the jobs, and that doctor was fighting to keep that hospital alive. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yes.
And, you know, I'm sure Bill Gates is considering whether his middle name should be changed to Cassandra, because nobody listened to him.
No.
Like nobody listened to Cassandra, you know? So it is
a reference, but I got it.
and there's a lot to be said here, because, you know, people only want to hear what they want to hear. It's kind of like my dad told me one time, you can go to enough doctors and eventually get the treatment you want. And so, you know, good point, Dad. Thank you for telling me that.
Rakesh is making an excellent point. You can't commercialize and let the market forces govern healthcare. It just doesn't work. You know,
why does Trump want to buy the NHS? Because the NHS is more successful than whatever's there in the US.
And
but again, the NHS, he's trying to buy the NHS.
He was trying to buy it.
Yeah. But how can the NHS be profitable? The NHS is the only company in the UK that has to look after every single person, and we don't pay enough. We don't pay enough.
Yes, because some things you don't look for the profit motive.
Right.
No, you know, if you ask which parliament is profitable, let's look at which government is profitable.
Yeah.
You know,
anyone is NHS a profit, or is it a information
statement? It's a national health sort of set up there in the UK, and it's one of the best in the world. You know, I mean, if you look at the best pediatric hospital in the world, it's the Great Ormond Street Hospital, part of NHS. You know,
that needs to be information services. That's not.
But our teachers shouldn't be paid based on market forces, and our healthcare should not be based on market forces. It's not to be who's making money off of this. These are things that we really, as a society, need. It's a fundamental need that we have. And so it should be a right of birth into this country that you get health care. And it should be that you have access to education. And the teachers now are so underpaid, and they can't live where they work. It's a travesty that every now and then you hear it on the networks, but not very often.
You know, and it should be, education should be probably one of the easiest things we fix. This is what I don't understand it. We're supposed to be so high and mighty and smart. And, you know, and again, I think one of the things they do is they intentionally neglect certain things in our education. So our children always remain middle to lower class, that we never have that bit, you know, it's all equal. You have the opportunity to get there. But I will tell you, even the laws are not written to help you establish to get above that. You really, really have to work hard, pay your way through.
And it's a numbers game. Only so many people are going to be able to do that.
It's a bell curve.
But Jim, teachers are seen as an asset. When I was at school, which was a fair few years ago now, you used to have swaps. So you would send, and I remember because I had a Kiwi teacher and she kept calling me Bin rather than Ben. But also we would then send one to New Zealand for experience. That doesn't happen no more. They get exported now, teachers do, as assets. Whereas before it was experience and it was just swap for a year. So when you see teachers an asset, where are you going to go from there?
Right. And I like how
experience is so important. I had a friend who's a doctor now in the United States, and he worked in a government hospital in India before he went to the United States. Even as an MD, he was MD. He had written several papers and things like that. Very, very clever guy. And I asked him, why are you working in this hospital when there were so many better, much better equipped hospitals, private hospitals in India? And he said, look, in this hospital, I see 2,200 people a day.
Oh.
He said, I will not see that when I go to the USA. He was already clear that he was going to the USA because he wanted to do research. And he said, this experience is invaluable. This is in the USA. I would see 22 only, not 2200. So he said, I need that experience, and it's in one of the grottiest suburbs of Bombay that he was working, where you get all the diseases and every kind of experience, and this is what he wanted to do. And you go to parts of Africa, and I've seen exchange students from USA and Europe going to Africa. So I don't know what happens to that knowledge. How is it sort of embodied into the system of learning? I have no idea. Hello, Lynn.
Lynn,
I'm live. We were talking
our
about
dynamic talk show. I always talk about how beautiful your town is. That it just seems like this perfect town that nothing bad ever happens. And I wish I could be and see that.
Yeah.
But
RFD.
Well, so to start the movie before, if you can pull up the link, Lynn can discuss about dollar store, and then we can start the movie.
Okay, so why don't we, Lynn, you talk about the dollar store, and I think Henning sent the link.
So link is with you, my bandwidth is not working properly, so
right. So I'm going to set it up to play. So
and if I
talk about the show, you talk about the dollar store.
If I disappear, I apologize. We have the hurricane was just starting, and we've been losing electric here. We've had it on and off. About 10 minutes ago, we lost it. We got it. We lost it. We got it. We lost it. We got it. And it just so the router keeps going. But anyway, so let's talk about
you, Lynn, if you get knocked off.
Yeah, I know. I need this. I tell you what, I need this for my dog right now because he's going crazy. He does not like storms.
No.
So anyway, but yes, we have our family owns the Family Dollar Store. It's an online dollar store. And we have over. Oh my goodness, Rakesh has his. Ben, where's yours, Ben?
In the car.
That's when you need it.
So, but Ben, you need it to keep your computer from getting viruses.
That's true too.
Yeah, we only care about our computers. We're not caring about people anymore.
No, we don't care about people.
You can't podcast with an infected computer. So
right. So anyway, we are supporting Money Masters PBS, which owns IBM TV. We love the mission. The mission is to reduce the gap between poverty and financial sustainability, and by providing financial education and financial fitness. So in this day and age with COVID going on, there are a lot more people who really are struggling financially. They need to be paying attention to IBM TV because there's a lot on IBM TV that can really help them with financial fitness and financial sustainability. But basically, maybe they need just simply to keep themselves occupied and just to learn how to play chess. So because of it, we have a particular product here. We have some CBD products on our store. We have something called the Extreme Patch, CBD patch, that also has 4% lidocaine. And for those of you who might have the chance of playing chess with Sasha Starr, you have to be prepared, as Jim is, because you're going to have severe head pain. So you put it on, and of course, moving the chess pieces, you can get tendonitis in your arm. So anyway, we have to be very careful of that. But we have 4,300 items. For those of you who know Mark Lee, actually we put new items on, so now it's more than 4,300.
Oh.
And poor Mark, because he got up to 4,119, and I think he was struggling to get the last 181. And what did we do? We went ahead and we added more, just because I think we did it just on purpose to make Mark upset. But in any event, Mark is a member of the Minion Club, which Jim and Kimberly and I are. We need to send some to Ben, Rakesh, and Ankit, because you guys need to be part of the Minion Napkin Club. Okay, but look at all the things we have. We have there it is. Thank goodness, either Kimberly or Ankit is on the ball here with the Minion napkins. The important part is that we can deliver here in the United States for free if you order more than $25. Okay, but people who live outside of the United States can become customers. When you do, you will get $5 worth of gift tokens. Everybody who signs up to be a customer gets them. And in addition, we send you $5 worth of gift tokens. Ben, I know you signed up. I don't know that I've sent you the extra $5 worth of gift tokens, but I will. But we know that you people who live outside of the United States basically know other people who live here in the United States. So we're asking you to send gift tokens to friends of yours. Ask them to become customers. When they shop on the dollar store, they become supporters of Money Masters PBS, and they support the mission of Money Masters PBS. So, but then here are some of the other great benefits. We have actually for $25, we have 50 masks, boxes of 50. You can see some of our new products there, the best sellers. So Ankit or Kimberly are going through the best sellers. But look, if you buy this box, it costs $25. You use $5 worth of gift tokens, only cost you $20. I challenged Jim to his math skills, and he's going to figure out that it cost how much, Jim?
For $25?
No, for $20.
20 is 40 cents.
40 cents. See that? Jim's right on the ball. And you know, because Jim has a memory problem, he has to do it every time I ask the question. But probably a month from now he'll remember, and then we'll change the price. But that's okay. So support IBM TV. Support Money Masters. So what happens if you shop online? It gets delivered to you, unless you live in Bernathen, Pennsylvania. We don't have delivery here, but that's okay. Shop online. It gets delivered right to your home. So you don't have to go out. You don't have to risk getting COVID. But think about, you save money because we have lots of products which are less expensive than you're going to find by going to a regular brick and mortar store and finding the products in the brick and mortar stores. So Kimberly, if you look at her face, she obviously has been using products to get rid of the lines in her face because she has such a beautiful face. Well, we have one line remover. Sorry, that's my daughter. I just have to let her know that I'll call her right back. We have one line remover that on Amazon costs $67. We have it for $4.99. Why would you want to go order it from Amazon? And they charge shipping. And if you buy $25 worth of products, you're going to get free shipping anyway. But we have wipes, we have hand sanitizers, we have, I don't see Willie Hill today. He's probably out around Melbourne trying to hoard all of the toilet paper, because that started in Australia, and we know that's a big issue. But look at all the dials, all the different name brands products that we have. We have lots of name brand products. Our products are not cheap. They're good products. They just are less expensive. And so when you don't go out, you don't spend money on gas, you save money, you get a chance to invest it. When you invest it, then you have a chance to make additional money. Oh, excuse me 1 second.
Sure, Len.
Unfortunately.
And I'd just say that Kimberly's face looks really good, and it might be because of the face cleaner that she uses, but it might just be genetics. So because I use it and my face doesn't look as good as hers.
Don't know where to go with that, Jim. Honestly, don't know where to go with that comment.
I have a face made for podcasting.
I think if we had adverts, we'd have gone to an advert break then, wouldn't we, Ankit? I think
Okay.
that would just
Have you seen Ankit's new face that he uses for his messenger? I was thinking that he actually went to Dr. Tula and had him do some facial surgery to be able to create that kind of a face.
I got a promise for free surgery on my face. So
I think, Jim, what we ought to do is we ought to have a special fundraiser. And there it is. See, Dr. Tula did that for Ankit.
It should be doing this though.
So what we need is a special fundraiser to be able to send Jim to India so that he can see Dr. Tula, because I think clearly Jim needs a little bit of work on his face.
Oh, Dr. Tula is great, and plastic surgeons are good. They do their job. You're absolutely
work
right.
miracles.
You know what? So this is what I tell people: you don't just use a product and expect instant gratification. You got to use it a lot, right? You got to let it work, just like anything, like medication that you take medication or you heal, like your bones heal, right? It takes 3 months, it's almost a whole season before your bones heal after they've been broken. So, you just need to, start using it. Drink a lot. I tell people water. Drink lots and lots of water. Our bodies are majority water. And when you dehydrate, it wrinkles, it does all these things you shouldn't be doing. And keep healthy. And that's what Dr. Tula is going to tell you or any of his patients, even though he, like any plastic surgeon, they're going to make a lot of money through and like I have a plastic surgeon. It was for other surgery, but they make money for other reasons. It's not just about beauty, right? They do other surgeries as well. So the thing is that they're always going to tell you do healthy things. The really good doctors, that's what they're going to tell you. Vitamin E. Oh my gosh, my doctor, he tells me vitamin E is the miracle.
Really?
Miracle skin healer of all times. Aloe is another one. So we have the movie up. Henny's going to join us later. But I thought we would go ahead and watch the movie. We'll be beaming back in later. And next week, we're really going to be talking about it. So if you get a chance, again, this is a movie for teens. What I like about Henning is that you're not going to hear the profanity. You're going to have the drama. And this is like Teen Sopranos, but no serious,
I might not be old enough for this.
I think you are. It's not quite like Disney, but it's not going to be anything. There's some violence, but not the blood and guts violence. So you got to make it somewhat realistic. And I thought Henning is doing a good job. But let's watch it. Enjoy the next hour or so, and we'll talk about it later and also next week. I'll get it going. Hold on just a minute. Oops. Here we go. Can you pop it up for me, Ankit?
One of my
Sometimes life stuff hits you like a ton of bricks, scrambling your brain to the verge of no return. I've never kept a diary, but maybe writing it down will get my mind right and chill me the hell out. Well, here we go. My friends Brandon and Spencer seemed like typical 11th graders. No. Not too long ago, both had become delinquent punks, and they were getting worse every day. Brandon continued down a criminal path. Spencer suddenly went straight. I was heading home like I did 1,000 times, from the restaurant to the house, always without incident. Well, not this time. And Spencer and Brandon and I would never be the same. Bella and Spencer became inseparable. Damn it. Why did I ever introduce them? Spencer and me, let's just say we have a prismic history. But that's a story for another day. Brandon's sister, Shay, hardly said a word. But when her syrupy pipes got her signed by Sweet and Sour Records, she became the most famous teenager in New Jersey. All of a sudden, Spencer has money. I mean, wads of cash. A souped-up car and a posh apartment in Tribeca. No one knows how that happened. Even though he was a Puerto Rican Jew, my Uncle Lincoln was always hanging around churches with his shady friends. He said it was how he stayed close to the Italians.
Has to show you the way it is. He's making you all look like a pack of skanked out faces. You want to change your life? You read that book. Embarrassing.
I dropped Spencer off at his office once. It was a weird scene of these grungy guys pumping themselves up.
Are you a fat cow? Or are you a ferocious rhino? It's all your attitude. While you're out there strutting, say, hey, Goober. How are you? Good to see you. Who am I? Oh, I'm your new best friend. You smile your ass off. You go out there, you walk like you're going somewhere. You stick your chest out, you beat it. You pick a bad territory. You let some jackwagon fleet trainee get your attitude. Some Guido-ass chimp crack wise. You can make excuses, or you can make money. The puff rhino blazes forward. The cow limps towards its slaughter. Rhino's thick skin can take anything. Cow skin makes coats and purses. So I ask you, gentlemen, are you a cow? Are you a rhino? Rhino. Rhino! 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 Rhino!
So, Spencer Corrado, you are a person of interest in an ongoing investigation into a series of felonies and misdemeanors in the great state of New Jersey.
What happened between you and Brandon? He wanted me to drive with him here, meet up with him there. He said I owed it to him. Because of high school. For old time's sake, he said. Brandon got mixed up with those old school knockaround guys. I had to cut ties. Those kosher nostras and John Gotti wannabe Puerto Ricans are more dangerous than the Italians.
I wouldn't say we made it, but we made it through. We just had Musa man, and we made him do it. I wouldn't say we made it, but we made it through. We just had Musa man, and we made him do it. I wouldn't say we made it. We didn't make it up, we just made a way. We gon' take it up, we won't fade away. I got too many dreams, gotta stay away.
No one had seen Brandon for a while. Shay told me that his family basically disowned him after he got out of juvie. I skipped Spencer's birthday party. Damn it, Bella. Seeing them together just killed me.
He said I was ultimate street hustler. And he had some big things going on and he wanted me to handle the business side. He tried to even give me gifts like I was some twist. He tried every trick in the book to get me to join his side. To recruit me into his world. Persuasion, like romancery.
You expect me to believe you didn't know what he was up to?
Believe what you want. I didn't know anything about him taking scores. Yeah, I had an idea maybe, but an idea is not a fact.
Were you ever tempted?
A couple years ago, I would have been sure. But back then, I didn't care about the other guy. See, that's what made me such a good salesman. Jim and those guys, they taught me to care. You figure out what the other guy wants, and you give it to him. And yeah, as corny as it sounds, I guess, once you start caring, you don't go back.
There's a new kind of cat burglar emerging that specifically targets mansions and is after cash and jewelry. Police also say as a result, more crimes are residents of this upscale neighborhood in Alpine, New Jersey told me they've seen FBI agents basically yesterday after the house behind me was hit.
I tried to tell Brandon, but he didn't want to listen to that goody two-shoes bullshit. I was the top salesman, first out of 700 guys. I could have trained him. It would have been great. I mean, yeah, we weren't Wall Street, but we were making good money. And it was legal, and no one was getting hurt. I mean, think about it. How would you like it if someone broke into your house? They messed everything up. You'd be scared to go home. You'd be having nightmares that they'd come back. What's next? Some innocent guy gets hurt and he walks in on a robbery? Where does it end?
At first, I was freaked to no end. Finding burglars in my house? Now, I'm just pissed. The secret about what my Uncle Lincoln does for the Italian mafia is finally going to come out. And some poor bastards are going to find out that they robbed the wrong damn house.
Something new. I'm gonna let myself love you. What will you promise to love me too?
Good evening. 72 degrees, 10 p.m. on this Saturday, May 19th, 1985. Dan Morales reporting. Home burglaries are up 40% over this time last year.
They wearing dark look, eyes fixed to the ground, never stop to look around. They walk right by us, never made a sound. They are so forgettable.
After I called my Uncle Lincoln, I called Spencer and I told him everything. Why him, of all people? I'm not quite ready to get into that. Spencer told me what he thought Brandon had been up to, and he was going to go to his place and find out what he knew about it.
If you follow, I will answer age-old questions. Go ahead and take it. If you follow, I will lead you out of darkness. Never see a better deal. If you follow, I will bring you to a fortune. What's there to think about? If you follow, I will take you to the promised land. Is that fair enough? If you follow, they will love you more than dearly. How's your attitude?
So Brandon and my Uncle Lincoln were palling around together doing deals? Unfucking believable. Spencer and Brandon think they know what Lincoln and his crew are capable of. But trust me, they don't. Lucky for those guys, that bullet fired from Lincoln's gun was only a warning shot. Lincoln didn't need to miss. Correction, Lincoln doesn't miss. For some strange reason, Spencer's still hell-bent on protecting Brandon, even after their little wrestling match. Spencer talked to Lincoln and had him hold off on any retaliation. For now. Who knows what kind of romancery he used to pull that off.
Why did it take me almost getting wasted to see what the hell? Spencer, Mr. Perfect, is my only chance to keep those guys from busting me up. If anyone can, he can. But I'll never thank him. He already has everything. Why give him more gifts? People say I chose the easy way. Is this really easy? Yeah, I got money and cars, but what else? I'm always looking over my shoulders. My family don't talk to me. Got no real girl. What self-respecting girl goes out with thugs? Even though things are still foggy, I'm gonna find the answers. If and only if, as a last resort, I have to go crawling back on my hands and knees to Spencer, I will. Cause I know of all people, he'll take me in.
Even though he told me he didn't want my help, I had to do it. I had to try to help my friend. Why was I so determined? Let's just say I have my reasons.
You've been spending all your time handcuffed and driving blind to end up in the mud, baby. Got lost trying to be found. You keep shopping around, waiting for someone good, but there's no way. I don't worry, don't stop it. I would never do you wrong. Are you ready for something more than flashing on red? This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah. Are you looking for something more than one night stand? This is the part we say yeah. 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 I'm so sick of watching you set yourself up to lose with all these idiots, baby. All they do is kiss and tell, just one notch in that belt. They're looking for what's next, so I'll tell you what's next. I don't worry, overstep it. I would never do you wrong. Are you ready for something more than flashing on red? This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah. Are you looking for something more than one night stand? This is the part we say yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah. Love for something more than one night stand. This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah. This is the part we say yeah.
Okay, that was pretty intense. What did you think? Uh-oh, can't hear you, Jim.
A lot of elements to it that I couldn't directly relate to, because when I was doing at that age, I was not doing those types of things. And so it wasn't possible for me to put myself in those situations. But, the dynamics were certainly understandable. You could certainly relate to them, and not personally maybe, but you know, the dynamics tension between the characters was very impressive. It was very well done.
I agree with
very
you. I
well
think
crafted.
All of the directing and everything, Henning, I've watched these movies kind of change, and they get better, right? Like everything kind of blends a little bit better. It's very hard to tell a story to make you feel like, oh, the person's driving down the street, they're going somewhere. Where are they going? How do you tell that in just visual aid, right? And every time I watch one of Henning's movies, one of the things I can appreciate is how much he has actually changed and grown in the way that he shows the movies. The music is awesome. I feel like there's some elements missing. I didn't come from that kind of, group of people, but I knew groups like that, right? There were some serious things going on in my high school. I knew of people who got arrested, sent to prison. There were all kinds of things going on back in that time frame, mainly because of drugs, right? And I tried to stay away from that. I worked way too hard. I didn't want all my money to go to waste. One, it was a lot of money to buy drugs, and two, I didn't want to go to jail. If people go, "What is your biggest fear?" I don't want to go to jail. And all it takes is being even associated with people sometimes, right? So, but that's the element of the story he's trying to say is one, there are good choices and there are bad choices that you can make. And a little more adult theme than I would think for teens, but teens today have some serious adult issues.
That's really true. It's very hard from one generation to understand what the current generation is going through, how their lives are very different from my life when I was growing up. Yeah, there were guys that were into drugs. Yeah, they were making money off of it. But, they didn't roll around with people that had these watches, and they didn't meet anybody. I shouldn't say that, because there was a gambling element where I was growing up, and there were characters like the older guys who looked like the professionals of a bad trade. There were people like that, and you just kind of knew to avoid them. But some people didn't. Some people didn't. Some people thought that was easy money.
It is easy money until you get caught, right? And then it's money gone out, Well, and a lot of these guys, they would get free representation, a lot of lawsuits and things like that. But again, like I said, it's just, okay, crime you think is easy, right? And you get the money and the money starts coming in, but then you're always looking over your shoulder because, there's a code among thieves. So each man for himself. And I've seen it. I've had children that have come live with us, teens that come live with us in the past years. And, not every teen was perfect. And I've seen that happen to them where they got caught up in the wrong gang because, we didn't have complete control of their life before they came to live with us. So I would see where they would get caught up, and then, I would let them do the ramification, right? Okay, let's go to court. And not one of their friends showed up, right? Where's your family? Where's your friends? Where's the gang? Where's the gang? They got your back? They paid for your bills? No. They paid for your lawyers? No. Oh, they're letting you hang for this one, So, and then, but coming back out, that gang, they make you feel guilty for, but we can't stick our neck out for you because then we'll go to jail too. We got to have each other's back, but we don't. So, that code.
Also, if you do your time and come out and you didn't rat anybody out, then you're embraced back. So there's this code that they also have is like, just don't rat on each other. Don't tell. And so, yeah, you got caught. Yeah, you did your time, but now you did the honorable thing. You didn't, rat any of us out. So that's the kind of moral code that they're taught, and that's the one that they live by. Where if you get consequences, you just go through the consequences, then you come out and you're considered to have got your spurs. you got a notch in your belt. You're more respected than when you went before you went in. And this is very seductive. I love the term romancery because it's very seductive. And not everybody can resist this seduction. This character that said, yeah, 2 years ago I would have done it, but now I care about the other person. That's really a very poignant moment in the movie where the guy's saying, yeah, at one time I would have done that, but I've learned some lessons, and some people don't get the chance to learn those lessons, that there is a better way. It might not be as easy and soft as the other way, but it's a better way to live your life.
Well, I think what he learned is he had a choice. Yes. And, and maybe he was smart enough to see, wow, a couple of my buddies, they're getting shot, killed, or whatever. One of the things I grew up amidst in the beautiful city of Charlotte, as they always call it, is that's the home of several gangs.
Yeah, sure.
Like big home, like that's their corporate headquarters, right. For some of the world's biggest, most dangerous gangs. And, I have known of people, right, who were part of those gangs, and the only way out is death. Like once you're in, that's it. There is no out other than dying. And, it seems scary to me. That's one of the reasons why I left Charlotte. I never wanted to go back. I have family there, but it's just there was so much crime there, and everybody goes, well, it's a big city. It's got all of this great. It's the home for the banking industry too, right? That's where most of the corporate IT departments are for the banking industry. So it kind of grew, but it was too dangerous, right? It just the crime rate was really, really bad. But you can't get out of those gangs.
Well, remember West Side Story? Once you're a jet all the way.
Yeah, so you're dead. I mean, and I just, when I've heard some of the stories of people, it was hard for me to believe that they would get themselves in like that, right? And how do you get out? Well, you mysteriously disappear, never be seen again, which then people don't know if you're dead or alive, or but to me, that doesn't sound like a good relationship. It doesn't sound like a good gang to be with. Like, why not go play chess? You can get out and go home.
It's one of those things where you see the immediate benefits. And in chess, we teach ourselves to postpone immediate gratification because the queen is the most powerful piece. But if you move it out too early, it's subject to attack. And you end up wasting time retreating your queen. So you cannot move your queen too early, or you'll suffer consequences. So we teach this to kids. 5-6-year-old kids learn this, that they have to postpone the immediate gratification. But in these lessons, these kids were probably not taught to play chess, not to think ahead, not to postpone their immediate gratification. And they were succumbed to the temptation, to the romancery. Because, if you're walking around with a beautiful watch and you got this, hundreds of dollars stuck in your pocket, it looks simple. And it's attractive. It's seductive. That's the problem.
That's the whole thing. It looks attractive, right? But you got to look over your shoulder. You live looking over your shoulder. Like he said, what decent girl's going to want to be with a thug like me, right? Because after a while, you start realizing who you really are. And when you start realizing that, you get in deeper. You don't get
a downward spiral. You keep spiraling lower and lower and lower because the people that you're hanging out with are becoming worse and worse and worse people that in your lives. And that's all you have in your life are people that are worse than you. And you say, well, I'm not so bad. I'm not as bad as that guy. Well, bad people, that's, and you're comparing yourself to bad people, that's a bad way to live, because you'd want to surround yourself with good people doing the right things. And then you can say, okay, I'm not as good as that person, but I can aspire to be that way.
Exactly.
And then your spiral is going upwards. And
look at the attrition rate in anything you do. What's the attrition rate in that group, right? How many people die a week? How many people are going to jail? How many are the police hounding them all the time? Is that a life you really want to live? Look at the attrition rate as well. And look at the profitability out of it. Now, like the one girl, she probably got promoted with her voice singing. Maybe they did help her get to where she needed to be. So somebody pulled some strings, because oddly enough, any of these gangs, some of them are connected.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how they're able to pull strings with their connections. And people go, oh, that's just fake. No, it's not fake movies. I think, and Henny's not here, but I think that there's a lot of true fiction in these books. One of my favorite authors, Carl T. Smith, there's a lot of truth in his fiction. A lot of truth in his fiction.
I'm writing that down.
Carl T. Smith.
Yeah, because I've never read any.
He's on the brinks to me of kind of like a mix of Grisham and Patterson. But you're going to read, it's a lot of true fiction, right? He took a lot of true stories, a lot of people's real life stories, and mixed them together. One of his books that I really like is more about him. His story is, let's see.
That's why Henning is putting a lot of himself into these movies as well. You must get that impression, is that he faced choices like that too, and he probably didn't always make the right choice, and he was lucky enough to live and learn. And some of them don't get the chance to learn. They get consequences like death, like jail, that then their lives are just kind of you're way below where you started from, and you get a sense of hopelessness that you can't get out. You're
right.
trapped.
There's no way out. And
the other thing that's seductive about this mindset at the time is you think, okay, yeah, I see that happening to that guy, but it's not going to happen to me.
Oh yeah, right. That's called youth and not enough experience, right? Or maybe your parents were always perfect and you didn't get to see them fail. And one of the things I kind of liked about my dad, as much as he liked to shield us from watching, any of his mistakes, he also was kind of open about them. And I learned from him, right, that sometimes these things happen. The other thing too that I want to kind of separate the differences is you've got these gangs. Hey, you got these gangs who, that's how they make a living. That's how, occasionally you got somebody, maybe they're struggling, right? And they don't see any way out, and maybe they'll go get a gun, they'll go rob somebody, and those are different kinds of criminals, right? Those are people out of desperation. Doesn't make it right. My father actually stopped someone from robbing a gas station. I don't think he knew the guy, but he felt his pain, and he said, you don't really want to be doing this. The guy had a gun. He could have shot everybody. The way people are today, they do, right? And he said, you're just having a hard time here. I'll give you some of my money if you need some help. But he said, put the gun down. We won't have you arrested. Leave. My dad didn't even own the gas station, right? He was just trying to talk the guy out. And the guy put the gun down. He goes, you're right. And he left. And nobody pressed charges. Nobody chased him down. My dad probably found him and helped him get a job. Who knows? But sometimes people are desperate, right? These kids, they're desperate for somebody to give them attention. That's why they're gravitating to these gangs, right? They're lonely. They need somebody to have their back. They think they do. But I want to tell you right now, like we discussed earlier, you go to court, ain't nobody going to be there.
No,
they're not going to have your back.
They're not really your friends.
No. And they're not.
But I had a couple of jobs as a dishwasher when I was growing up, and that is not the kind of job that is attractive to a young person. And if you can see a way of making money doing something different, because you don't, when you're washing dishes, you don't see getting promoted and getting to a higher, job. That seems so impossible that you just think, well, there's got to be an easier way. And so many people are attracted to that. They don't want to, get their hands all prune looking by washing dishes or flipping burgers or all that kind of stuff. That, if you do that kind of stuff, you learn, you have to show up, you have to be there, to do your job, and you will not get your paycheck if you don't. So these are lessons that you learn even doing manual labor jobs that you don't aspire to. That's not your life goal in life, is to be a dishwasher. But, you know, there's some honor in any work. And so if you do that kind of stuff, you learn some life lessons. And if you try to cheat the system, get around it, something like that, things catch up to you. There's a karma involved in it. And, you know, even these people that kind of make it for a while, you know, they're not happy. They're not living happy lives. You know, they're always looking over their shoulder. They're always thinking, I'm getting scammed. Someone's out to get me. You know, it's not a good way to live. But how do you teach a kid that?
Well, and unfortunately, you just have to teach them some other ways that they can do different things, give them options. One of the things I liked about my school is that when I was going to school, I can remember they would give you options. Hey, you need a job? We'll help you find a job. We'll not only help you find a job, we'll help you find a good job. Like the job I ended up getting where I could get out of school early, I went and was a bookkeeper at one of the big you know, like they had several bay gas stations. So it was like a huge corporation that was privately owned. And I ended up going to be a bookkeeper every day. And they, of course, they had an accountant, right?
Right.
But I helped her, right? And so I did all the numbers. I did all the and everything. I learned a lot.
Jobs too, yeah.
But I would not have found that. I probably would have, because I was landing, like you were talking about, dishwashing jobs. I was landing, you know, Hardee's, and it just wasn't paying enough, and it wasn't doing enough for me. So then, you know, you hear these friends or people talk, hey, we're doing this over here, and I made this kind of money, or I made that, and that sounds good. But when I went to my teacher and I said, I really need a better income and something better, can you help me? They did. They helped me find this job. So I think having good mentors back in the day, teachers that really cared, and that could care. Here's the difference. Nowadays, they're not allowed to get involved and help you, right? And I was lucky. You know, I could have, I guess, had a crazy counselor. But that's the other thing. We had good counselors who cared about you. We had a good work program, although the school I went to was mostly rich people, so the kids didn't really have to work. And I think that's probably one of the jobs I got was through one of the rich kids' parents.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, it worked out. And what a great thing. I learned a lot, but they don't do that nowadays, right? Just like I was saying, why aren't we opening up every university in every town and letting the labs become the test centers, right? What happens? You give a job to a student who needs the money. You give them real life experience. I had real life. A penny was missing on that book. I had to find it. Okay. Real life experience.
Yeah.
And then, you know, but why can't we do these kind of things? And again, I guess it all boils down to one man needs to make all the money. But,
well, it's definitely, there's an allure to it. It's such a good title for the movie because
romancery, yes.
Yeah. And, you know, and somebody putting that kind of pressure on you when you're a teenager to just come on board, look at all the money I got, look at, you know, look at the watch, I'll give you the watch. You know, it's like, oh, come on, man. How do you say no to that?
I know, but you know what I love about Henny is that, so this movie is based in the 80s, right? So like you see a lot of elements from the 80s, from the car to the clothes. And you're very, very, very careful about the clothes when you're on a movie set like that because, hey, Henning.
Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Kim. Hey, Ankit. How are you guys?
We just finished watching The Romancery. Everybody loves the title.
We love the title. Yeah.
And the music was really awesome. I have to say that your movie making skills get better.
That was the first one, so it must have been.
No, I mean, no, but what I'm saying is I think that
Kim's breaking up. It must be the hurricane.
First cuts, you know, pieces, right? And I just feel like it all pulls. It's really good. And
my question to you, Henning. My question to you was, how much of yourself were you putting in that movie? Because I didn't have those experiences. So
we were talking about that.
It made me think you must have had some kind of experience like that you're drawing on.
Well, thanks for asking. I'm trying to have these conversations without giving away the story. So, I think that what's known about this film series is that there is a group of these rogue sales guys, this rogue sales company. I think people know that from the trailers. I think they also know that there is there's a group of burglars robbing houses. I think people know that pretty much, and I also think that people know that there's a heavy organized crime element that is surrounding this group here. So all of those things are accurate in terms of my experiences. The Spencer character. The Spencer character is based on me, and the Brandon character is based on my troublemaker friend that we were friends when we were 14, 15 years old, and so all that is accurate. And the crime itself that takes place in this story, that is we took some liberties. The crime actually happened, but we sometimes we take stories that happen to other people, we put it into our group. Also, there at that time, it was very the organized crime influence in New York and New Jersey was prevalent. So historically, it's accurate. And it is also true that the Suzanne character, who was based on one of our producers, that's Dr. Suzette Fabre-Hart, who's a mentor and a professor in New Jersey. We all grew up together, and her uncle was a mafia hitman.
You casted the guy that looks looking out, staying by the churches, standing outside his car. That guy was cast well.
Thank you. Well, it as far as the casting, and this is again very unique to our world. We just have a unique situation. The true character that character Lincoln is based on, and that Lincoln Calderon character has a presence in not only romancery but also rebelistic. He's a big part of rebelistic, and then the crime family that he works for is represented in all the movies. So the Lincoln Calderon character is based on Dr. Hart's uncle, and the person who plays Lincoln Calderon is Dr. Hart's father.
Oh,
the real guy's brother.
Oh, no kidding. That's an interesting.
I think it was a little cast because they actually.
How do you feel?
Before we start about the movie, viewers would like to know where they can watch the movie.
Okay, now here's what I want to make sure that Mike Shell is sending you all your link. I don't know if you ever got your link.
I got it and shared it, but I don't know that it worked for them.
Okay, so then
do this. That's why I wanted to.
Yeah, if you have it, here's what we're going to do. I want people to go through. The only way to watch this is on RevShare Films. Thanks for asking, Ankit. Right. But the only way to register, you have to be referred. So you can't. It's a private channel. So the way you're referred is through IBM TV. So make sure that you all post the correct link. Whatever link you had, Kimberly, will work. So
okay, I'll send it again.
Yeah.
Because I had a whole team on Sunday and they wanted to watch it, and I sent it, but nobody. Okay. They were having troubles, and but I gave them my link. I'll give it again, and Ankit can forward it to whoever needs it. So
there you go. All right.
But no, it was again. I think, what does it feel like to kind of, I mean, because I've heard you talk about this before, but with the tribe is it's you, right? You see a lot of you, like, and some of it, and sometimes that you are in the movie a little bit sometimes. Not this one, but it's you. This is your story. And to see it replayed in living color, it's not even a dream, right? It's what does it feel like?
It's
like,
really
you do this, I would be doing. Oh God!
the first screening, I think I told you guys, the first screening that we did of this movie in its first form, which is much different than it looks right now, in terms of it was still very, very nice film, but I was so nervous and I couldn't even sit in this theater. I went outside. I went paced back. I didn't know if anyone was even going to understand what we were trying to do because there was no dialogue in it at all. We added the voiceover, and the speech was in the Rhino speech was in the original cut, but that was it. There was no other dialogue. Everything was music, and we were trying to tell the story through the music. And I was very concerned that people wouldn't understand what we were trying to do, or even appreciate it. And the fact that people liked it, and actually they clapped at the end, which was really interesting to me. And then we did some interviews, some fan interviews, like audience interviews, and people were raving about it. The one comment we got was that they didn't really understand all of it. So that's when we decided to add the interview. The police interrogation was added after. The voiceover was added after, when Susanna's talking throughout the whole thing. All that was added after. Before, it was just the music was telling you, and then the action. And so how does it feel? It feels very, first of all, it's very, very satisfying that we're able to make the movies and have the message be part of the movies. That's very satisfying to me, because the reason we started to do this was because of what was going on with teenagers in this country. And I wanted to do my part to maybe share the things that I learned as a teenager, as a troubled and confused teenager. Now, you don't see that. I wanted to share that in these films, and we're able to do that. And I'm glad that my producers and my tribe allows that to happen, and is actually encouraging it. Like they're encouraging the lesson side. And I use the example of The Outsiders is a good example of the lessons that we can be taught in a movie that's just a cool movie. And that's the Francis Ford Coppola movie that's based on the novel, and then The Breakfast Club, which is the quintessential teen movie of all time. The lessons that are expounded in that film, you get it, but you're not hit over the head with it. And so you didn't in Romancery, you don't see the troublemaking spree. Spencer's troublemaking spree. You don't see any of that. That's for future movies. And you also don't see what happened to cause that, which is in future movies. You also don't see Brandon as a young kid and how he became the way he became, and all those lessons and the choices that we make and the resulting consequences of those choices, all of those things, that's what really juices me. And as far as how does it feel to kind of have your life, because most of what you're seeing really did happen. And so to see that up on the screen and to see people responding to it and interested in the stories, to me, that's very, it's very surreal. It's like Kimberly said, it's not a dream. It goes from a thought to a dream to it's now part of. It's now, there's no taking it back now. Now, there it is.
Yeah, it's more than paper.
Are you thinking of doing a Romancery 2050 or maybe 2025 or maybe a series of Romancery movies in different generations?
Well, the Dirt Merchants film series is a series of 10 movies, 10 volumes of the 10 movies, 7 feature films, and 3 short films. And Romancery is one of the short films in the series. It also consists of 10 rock operas, which also tell the story of these characters through really cool music and visuals. And that's it. That's it. Once those are done, then I'm going to move on to another genre, and I have an idea of how that's going to go. But for now, those are the movies. And as I mentioned earlier, Rebelistic is part one, and Rebelistic is based on Romancery. So you could see Romancery as the precursor for part one. Destinova is part two. Both of those films are up, and all three of those films are up and available on RevShare. And then also the parts. So Rebelistic is the first feature film, and then there's part 2 and 3 that haven't been made yet, and then there's part 4, which is called Hit or Twist, which is finished, and we're in post-production right now.
So Henning, I got to tell you, it's really interesting to hear that you added on the scene that had the most effect on me. It was the police interview when he's talking about, hey, maybe a couple of years ago I would have done it, and now, I care about the other person, and that was just so powerful a message for me. And it wasn't in the first film that you released.
Right. It wasn't in the film, and again, that particular concept of caring is a theme throughout the movies for teenagers. The growing up moment, we talk about it in Destinova. If you watch Destinova, we hit it hard. That whole movie is about that, right? It's about caring, because what happens is when we are, 10, 11, 12 years old, and we're basically, and from the point of when we're little kids, we're taken care of and things are taken care of for us, and we're only interested in our own personal well-being. We're interested in ourselves. We're totally egocentric. And then as we become teenagers and start to become independent, if an independent teenager is not caring about the other person or their environment, then that's when trouble starts. That's when trouble starts. And for me, when I was a teenager, before I had my sports injury, which derailed my baseball career, I really did care about other people. Before then, I cared about my teammates, I cared about my coaches, I cared about the older players, I cared about the fans that were coming to see me. It was just really cool. I had this whole, my friends who would encourage me. I had this whole world that I really cared about everything, and I was very well behaved. I was a good student. I had no issues, right? And it wasn't until I wasn't able to play baseball, and all of a sudden I fell into this depression, and that depression caused me to only think about myself, and I had absolutely no regard for anybody else. And when you do that, you run into a not only self-destructive, but a socially destructive behavior pattern. And that line right there is the difference. The difference is caring. And it wasn't until, as was mentioned in the movie, it wasn't until I met my first set of mentors that I started to think about other people again. And then my life changed, and ever since then, it's been roses and lollipops. So there you go. So thanks for bringing that up. But it's a very important part of the film, and it's an important part of the story, because unless the criminals, they're not concerned with what's happening to other people. They want to get theirs, and they're only concerned about their own selves. They're not concerned. And he even says, Spencer says, when even if no one got hurt in the crime, because a lot of those guys, and I would talk to them, back before we had our split, and their mentality is, hey, no one's getting hurt. We're not carrying guns. We're not hurting anybody. They have insurance, and they justify it. It's true. It's not a violent crime, and there's different levels of criminal behavior. But the fear of somebody, when their house becomes violated, what if something goes wrong and somebody gets hurt? What if people are scared to go home to their houses and whatnot, and then you generate this fear. They don't think about that at all. To those burglars, they don't. The thought never crosses their mind. So caring is the key. And if you care, then you can make the right decisions. And not caring leads to the result that you don't want.
Well, it's like I told them, I had several children come in and out of our lives over the years as foster children. And, some come with issues. And one of them had some of those kind of issues. And we were trying to break that chain and try to explain to him they're not really your family. They're never going to have your back. And he learned the hard way. When he got arrested, not one of them showed up to court for him.
Yeah,
we did. And that was his turning point. Was nobody came to his aid, and he had to keep his mouth shut and not turn anything.
Right.
So that's something else. Is there's only one code among thieves. It's every man for himself, and that is not really a family, right? They're not really going to have your back like that. They might have your back in a gang war, and they're going to treat this person, that person, and yours doesn't go that deep. But I have seen some bad stuff coming from Charlotte, North Carolina. And, this is what I try to convey to people, that those kind of people, they don't really have your back. They're not really your family. And it's like when Jim said that really touched him, that one scene, he's brought it up more than once, that really touched him, that you find out that you care. That's when you change and you care about other people.
That's when you grow up. That's the point of growing up, man. When responsible people, they care, and it's not even for kids. It's for adults also, or for older people. If you're not thinking about the consequences of your behavior and how it affects other people, not just some people take action to protect the family, but they're not thinking of the people outside the family, or they take care of their own community, but they're not thinking of people outside that community, or they take care of their own country and they're not concerned with the other people. So the more that you are concerned with your actions and how your actions affect other people, then you're going to be a more mature person and happier. And that's really the key, is happiness. So when you all went to court to support the young person that was in trouble, the caring of that, the caring about other people and the caring about that group creates happiness in the person.
That's
so
right.
It's not just a matter of doing the right thing. This is what creates your happiness, and we make it a point. We make it a point in these movies to show the happy people and their happiness. Now, this is kind of a darker movie, but there's always light moments that show. And at the end, when he says, this one again is such a precursor to Revelistic. Next time we're going to talk about Revelistic, and you'll see.
Revelistic is different.
You want to see something happen. Oh my God! We show we show the happiness of the characters who are doing the right thing. They fall in love. They're going to the party together. They're smiling. They're dancing together. And then we see that the criminal side of things, they're never happy. They're always upset. They're always paranoid. And that's reality. And that's how it was, and that's how it is. So we show that versus telling you, hey, this is the way. This is the good way. This is the bad way. Rather than telling you. The characters are behaving in that way, and then you're seeing there is the happy result that comes of it.
And that's what is I think the good thing is to show the happy result, the good ending. I think one of the things I do like is you've got really good actors, and there's this scene where Spencer I think they're laying on the bed, but he just kind of looks at her, and he really looks in love, like that. That was a really good acting scene, because he just looked at her. You could almost feel that moment, and I thought he did a good job of that without having to show a lot of other intimacy moments.
Right,
you felt it there, and I thought that was
a really good point.
Well, let me just answer real quick, Ankit. When you deal with these love scenes, you have to be very careful and very, very, in my opinion, artistic in how you bring it out. You want to show the passion of the two kids, but you don't want to. There's no need to take it further than that one look or that one nod. I think that we hit it out of the park in that scene. I didn't direct that scene. That scene was directed by Andy Rivera. Talking about the scene where he's watching TV. I think you're talking about that one.
Yeah.
And that was that. And Andy directed that first movie. And but I work with the actors to make sure that they brought the authenticity of the time, because when you have Mike is a pro. Mike Manning is a pro. He's been in 30 movies. He's very well known in the teen genre, the Disney crowd. He's a very well known actor in that world. So he's a pro. Since he's 10 years old, he's been acting, right? Rebecca is her first go. That was her first go, and so. But she has been at her first film. She's done other things. So, but I made sure that they got to know each other. I made sure they rehearsed together. They rehearsed on their own. When I first started to get into this, I studied all the filmmakers that were successful in working with teen actors. And she's not a teenager. I think she's 20. She was 21 at the time, and he was 29 at the time. So these aren't teenagers, but dealing with the younger actors. And John Hughes was my role model, and how he would get the kids. And he's a director. If you don't know John Hughes, he's a director of The Breakfast Club and 16 Candles and Pretty in Pink and First Wheel's Day Off and blah blah blah. He's the master of the teen genre, right? And particularly in Breakfast Club, and getting those actors all work together. Some of them were 16, 17 years old. And he gave me some really good advice on how to get those actors really interacting with each other. And it starts with casting. And Drew Lane helped me with the casting, because I cast the actors, but I never did that before. So I said, Drew, will you come with me and help me cast these actors? I have no idea what I'm doing, right? So Mike was part of the producer team. So we asked him to do it. He said yes. But Rebecca, we did casting at USC, and we got a classroom, and they came in and read, and Rebecca was perfect for it. So it's casting, and also it's having the actors really get to know each other, and they really do care for each other. They're really good friends. Whenever we get together for screenings or whatever, they're buddies, And that's another thing. You had a chance to see. Hey, Mark, you had a chance to see Kimberly when you came down to set. That we really try to have fun and instill a friendship, so that when you're watching the thing, it looks like these people all know each other and they just met that day, No. Those chanting scenes, all those actors just met that day. And my son, who leads the chant in Destinova, he is the shyest. Not shy is probably isn't the word. He's not an extrovert. He's not an actor, but he wanted to do it, and he brought it. He would never be one to lead a cheer at all, right? And he's in the room doing it, and he's standing he's hanging around people that you would think they're his best buddies, and he just met them that day. He flew in from college, he met them, did the thing, and he flew home, right?
I'll put it this way: they were all really good actors on knowing how to behave like best friends.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was. But that's what you build, Henning. You've always had that gift. That's your life, is being able to inspire this kind of unity among the crowd. And I think that's what I enjoyed. And that's one of why I wanted to come and watch you film, but because I love the way that people kind of group with what you do. You are a tribe.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and I nicknamed his little thing the Henning Hop. So whenever you see them jumping up and down, they jump, that's the Henning Hop.
Yeah, and they jump and cut. Get out of
there. Yeah, they 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3, jump, and it was the Henning Hop. So
getting back to the love scenes. There's we have every movie has the characters that are in a relationship, and the big relationship throughout all the movies is the Spencer Bella relationship. They break up, they get back together, they break up, they get back together, and they really do love each other, but it's always temporary, right? There's so much going on in their lives, right? So you're going to see more of that, and in Hit or Twist, it's Sybil and Tiago and Hit or Twist. And you're going to see it also. They in Austin's first role. First feature film role, and also the Bella and Spencer characters also come back in that movie, and they're up and down, and they're breaking up, and they're getting back together, and there's always that side of things that happens when we're teenagers and we try to get in relationships, which is usually wind up in disaster. disaster, right? Any teenager that can get it together. I mean, I haven't been able to figure it out, and all these years later, right? Any of these teenagers that can figure out how to do a relationship, like, that's amazing. So we always will have that, but these characters are very passionate for each other. They love each other. They're bringing it, and then you try to capture the look, you try to capture the kiss, you try to capture when they say the one line that's gonna be memorable. And I'm hoping that we got it right in the other movies. I think we got it right in Romancery.
Well, Henning, I've got to leave pretty soon, but I've got to ask you this one question, because this whole teenage genre is too advanced for me. But one day I'm going to get there, and I want to know, like, you had a man called Calderon, and you talked a little bit about organized crime in New York and New Jersey, and Calderon wasn't one of those names that I would hear in those circles.
Well, here's what the names have been changed to protect. The innocent and the guilty alike, and it's when you tell true stories about the mafia, you have to be very careful.
Yes.
But here's I
was thinking it might have been a different mafia than I was thinking of.
No, it was the one. The crime family depicted in all the Dirt Merchants films is based on one of the five families in New York. Very similar to how The Sopranos was based on the real guy from New Jersey, and people who are in that world know who it is, right? So you would know if you knew the whole story. You would know. It's based on that family, and Lincoln Calderon was a hitman for that family, but he was Puerto Rican. He wasn't Italian.
Right.
And that's why we make reference to he always hung out with the Italians. He wanted to know what the Italians were doing, and he wore the cross, and he was a Jew. He wasn't even a Catholic. He was a Puerto Rican Jew. True story, right? Okay. So he wears his cross, and he hangs out with churches, and he wants to be an Italian, and he was one of the few people who they brought in to kind of the inner circle who wasn't Italian, similar to in Goodfellas, because the Ray Liotta character wasn't 100% Sicilian. They treat you different if you're not really even Sicilian. Even
if
being
you're Irish, you don't have a chance.
You don't have a chance. So Lincoln Calderon is based on the real guy, and he unfortunately that was his life, and he happened to be the uncle of one of our high school clique, and that's all accurate. And we make it when we talk about the ethnicities, and we've talked about this in the past in terms of being an equal opportunity offender in these movies in terms of stereotyping. So we don't single anybody out. We just basically we're gonna just tell the story, right? So. That's where you get the Puerto Rican influence. The area where those people grew up was in Spanish Harlem, which was right on the border of an Italian neighborhood. And in future movies, we pinpoint the neighborhood. We tell them how it all happens. And I have a 2-hour-long interview with his brother who plays him in the movie. I've got all of that, like a documentary. All that is shot. He told me the whole story of where it was, how they met each other, and the gangsters that grew up in that neighborhood, and they would be warring, and the Puerto Ricans didn't like the Irish, and the Irish didn't like the blacks, and the blacks didn't like the Italians. Everyone was fighting, right? But eventually they all grew up, and they became like the mobsters that ran New York. It's nuts, right? It's nuts. And then and as like the 60s were coming, like everybody kind of learned to get along a little bit, because it was like, before you could be racist, and then all of a sudden it was like, hey, it makes sense us to cooperate. We can be like the best criminals ever if we all just cooperated and didn't stereotype, and we weren't prejudiced against each other.
Great idea. Unity and mobsters. But Henny, there's one problem that I got with your movie and everything. It's only a minor problem. You got the Irish mafia guys, you got the African Americans, you got the Italians, you got everybody else, but you're leaving Ankit out. I need a good Indian mafia guy. That's
much dangerous. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, you got to go to London to find them.
I have to work it into the storyline. Maybe that's for Anka and I to discuss. And yeah, we got to make sure we bring all of them in. And in Metal Crush, I'm trying to think which movie is this. Not Metal Crush. No, in volumes 2 and 3. Don't worry, the Chinese mafia jumps in there in volumes 2 and 3.
Okay. Yeah, the Japanese. I worked with the Japanese for many years, and the Japanese mafia, man, I want to tell you what, they are scary.
Well, the Japanese influence and the martial arts influences come in Metal Crush and in Motec. That comes later. I got it all. I still have to bring in the Indian
Jamaican mafia. Now that's a scary mafia too. Those Jamaicans and West Indian mafia.
So I think if we talk about romance, I would like to know that when we talk or when we plan a movie about romance or love, what kind of elements you think you have to put in the movie to make it a genre, and what kind of romance people would like to watch, because there are different elements of romance.
Yeah,
and it's not a love scene. Maybe there are a lot of other gifts and a lot of other things you can make it up with romance. Yeah. So just a quick.
Here's what I do, and again, it's more of an art form than a rule that you learn. It's how you feel about it. You know, this kid Spencer, he's a flawed hero. He's flawed in many ways, just like we all are flawed in many ways. And he doesn't have the respect for women that he should have as a responsible conscious person. He had to learn that much later in life, right? So, but he's got this girlfriend, and the girlfriend, this Bella character is based on probably 5 or 6 different women is in that one character. Okay. And so she is strong. And one of the things that I made sure of is that the female characters in these movies are very strong characters. They're very feminine and they're very strong at the same time. And in Destinova, I know we're talking about romancery, but in Destinova, you see more of the love between the couple and their conversation, and that the boy is feeling like, wow, I have something to learn from these women, and he's like surprised about it. He doesn't have the respect that he should have, and it's one of the things that he needs to learn in a later movie. Okay, he can't learn it all in this one movie. So when it comes to the actual love scenes or the love story, what we wanted to do is we wanted to create one love story that transcended all of the movies. And that's really for the genre, because the kids, they want to know what happens to Spencer and Bella, similar to like way back, it was like Luke and Laura. And then on Friends, it was, who were the ones on Friends? It was the two lovers on Friends. I forget their names already, right? Like, you want to know, are they up, are they down? Sam and Diane from Cheers. You know, you want to have this love story that transcends the movies, and for this market, you want to keep it very simple. The jealousies, the envy, that one is jealous of the other one, and you're seeing just the teen angst that is present in any teenage relationship. So I'm looking for very passionate people. I'm looking for smart. I want the woman to be very smart, and she's going to bring it. But the guy is going to bring it too. There's got to be an intellectual stimulation, and that's what keeps him in love. And then the other girls that he has, they don't have that. They don't have what she has in terms of that strength, right? And also, she's a moral compass. So usually when you have a mentorship situation where the main character's got to learn a lesson. Again, you don't really see it in romancery or rebelistic as much, because these are not love stories. These are mob stories, right? So it's a little bit different. But in future movies, like, she's the one that's the voice of reason. She's the one who's going to give him the right advice. She's the one who's going to tell him the way it is. And then even in one of the movies, she has to physically fight him off. Like, that's how bad he gets. So she physically fights him off, and she kicks his butt right? And because he's had it, right, in front of like everybody, and he's like, oh man, that was hard to write, and that never happened actually. But she has to do it so that when he comes back, when they get back, he's got to have changed to get to that point, and then the passion hits, and that's where you stop it right at, like, you get it hot, and then you cut it, and then let everyone move on to the next scene, because we're trying to be, we're dealing with a certain genre, a certain age group. You want to take it to where you can take it, and then you cut it. And I think that those are all the elements of the love stories that we're putting in this and in this film. And I think that it works. So Bella is the mentor, guiding light. She's the one that's going to be like the voice of reason. In other films, sometimes it's the father, sometimes it's the mother, sometimes it's the older brother, sometimes it's a wise ancient man or whatever with ancient wisdom, ancient Chinese secrets or whatever. Yeah. Like Karate Kid, Karate Kid. We just watched all three of those. So it's a very effective storytelling tool to be able to have somebody that the main character can go to, that where they can somebody to give advice, but also somebody to raise the expectation of their lives. And Bella is the character. Bella's in all the movies. She's Spencer's love interest, and no matter where Spencer goes on his journey, he goes left, right, up, down. He's always comes back to her, and she's only going to take him back if he's right. So he's got to rise up to her level of expectation, and then, oh my God, and hit or twist. The tables turn, baby. The tables.
Wow. Well, we like tables that turn. That's a good thing. We love the tables that turn. That is amazing. Hey, all right. I got to promote the show.
Have you thought of casting yourself in any of the movies? Maybe a cameo or something?
Cameo for who?
For you, in your movies.
Oh yeah, he's been in his movie.
I'm a character. I'm not just a cameo.
Yeah, he's a character in them.
He's a regular character in his movie.
I play Banda, and Banda shows up here and there, sometimes by voice and sometimes in person. But
now is Jeff? I think I recognize his voice. He's the cop in this one doing the interview, isn't he?
He's
I
also.
wish we could see his face just for a second. He's got such a good look.
You don't see. He's not. His face isn't in this one. He's yeah, but he plays not only the cop. Jeff is our producer. He's also a very fine actor. He plays in this one. He plays the newscaster, and he also plays Sergeant Wood. So that newscaster voice is his also. He's got
okay. He does a good job. He really does.
Yeah. And then he plays Sergeant Woods in the future movies. He has a big role. We film in all kind of circumstances, and he has a bigger role in the future movies and in Rebelistic. So, Mark, you were going to ask a question there?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. One was a statement. The other is a question. The statement is actually revolving around one of our other programs. So we're going to have to get you to pop in on that if Kim can get you to do that. But I was enjoying the way you were talking through your process. And that's part of what Zach and Dylan are doing with their new show that's airing here on IBM.TV. So I think you're going to have to pop in on them and walk them through the process. So I think it's got Stream in the title, and Anchor will refresh me on what it is called. I think it's Upstream or something like that. But that's part of what they're doing, is they're creating ideas. I was watching them this last week, and they were having a show where they're trying to create about a superhero and like an anti-superhero. So definitely they was having that whole process. So I just wanted to give them a shout out for that show, and hopefully you can pop in and give them some advice, because that's kind of the way that the show is created. And then my question for you is, in terms of movies that have that kind of gangster love relationship, I can't even think of one that really had a love relationship. I'm glad that you're adding this component. So just from a Hollywood standpoint or historical standpoint, what were some of the movies like that you looked at? Because I mean, you got Rocky, but that's not really a gangster movie, and that whole thing with Stella. But I can't think of an actual movie that had that strong romantic component that you seem to be adding. So where were some of the inspirations that you got from in Hollywood for that kind of inspiration?
I appreciate that, Mark. Really, the genre the genre really is the young adult genre. So that's where you have to kind of pick what your movie, who your audience is, right? The fact that the mobster stories are part of it. The mobster stories are usually either a backstory or even an oh, by the way. They're just the circumstances that the characters happen to be around all these gangsters. So in Romancery, you can see that the story is really about the relationship between the friends, and it's not really about, the story isn't really about the mafia. The story is about the relationship. So first and foremost, the genre is a teen genre, but at the same time, we pull elements out of other films that are mafia movies as well. But remember, in these movies, the hero is not it's not the criminal. So you could look at Goodfellas, the relationship between Henry Hill and his wife, she's always there for him, and they wind up still together after all those years. The relationship in possibly Casino with the male female dynamic. But really, the inspiration for the love stories comes from the teen genre. Comes from the teen genre and almost the soap opera-esque world. And the fact that we are able to include real life mafia stories in these films, it just adds to the level of importance of the decisions that these people are making, because they're all surrounded by criminals. And so it's one thing to be in your regular life, white picket fence in the suburbs, wherever, and then, you choose the wrong ketchup brand, and the kids won't eat the hamburger because you got the wrong ketchup, versus you're surrounded by this criminal world where one wrong move could be the end for you. And because there's always a villain character and there's always a hero character, the villains are really, really mean. And so the villains might do something really bad to you, and having them be part of that organized crime world, which was extremely ruthless. You get that sense all the way through, that the decisions that people are making are life and death decisions.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I even think that the African American film community missed an opportunity at, because there were some great movies that came out that had kind of that teen theme, but then they just kind of like went by the wayside after they had their success. I'm thinking about movies like Coolie High and Car Wash, and even you can go into some of Spike's early movies and things of that nature. But that genre, unfortunately, in terms of like being teen African American movies, it just kind of evaporated. There was some of the kind of gangster elements with Boys in the Hood and some of those kind of early gangster movies that were also teen oriented. But like I said, that genre just kind of faded into the sunset. I don't know why. Maybe you have some theories as to why, but it definitely seemed to fade into the sunset, even though they were tremendously successful, those franchises.
I think it's like this, Mark. Being a Hollywood producer is like being a riverboat gambler. They go out there and they roll that dice and see where it goes. And so the thing is, there was a movie called Fathers and Daughters. I mean, one that I saw, just randomly picked it out. And it was actually pretty good. Russell Crowe was in it. Okay. And I thought, wow, this got to do real well in the box office. It went out in 2016, but with Russell Crowe, a good movie, a good sport, I thought it did really well. So I always go look at the IMDb and go look and see how did it do financially. Well, they spent $22 million doing the film. The box office draw $5 million. So I do the math here. They took a big bath. At least you never know, because Hollywood accounting's weird. So some it's hidden. So some cases they didn't. But seriously, I mean, they hide things. Oh, Spielberg got screwed on his first deal. 10% of the net profits. At the end of the day, there was no net profits. It was all spent. Sorry, Steve. Goodbye. And then he realized he needed to change his contract. 10% of the gross
Revenue.
sales. Just had to change the number rather than net profit. Gross profit. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, those numbers are big time because
Yeah,
I was on my
like I
show
said,
that I had on yesterday. I had a entertainment attorney on, and he was talking about Elvis's estate. And he said that Colonel Parker, we all know Colonel Parker, that apparently there were two things. One that I knew, the other that I didn't know. He was a total crook and all of that stuff. But apparently he had 50% is how much he was taking of Elvis's, was what his contract was. What I did know, which I learned on my show, was that Elvis never traveled except for when he did the military out of the country. And the reason he never traveled was because apparently Colonel Parker was what we would now consider an illegal alien. Like he was not a naturalized citizen of the United States. And so he never wanted Elvis to leave because then if he left, he would face the consequences.
That's a great backstory. But
getting back to the teen genre on the Afro-American community, I don't know how we got to Elvis not being able to travel. Elvis is
circle around.
Lanning, welcome to IBM TV.
That one question because he asked the question. So let me answer that, and then we can get to whatever other topic. So as far as those are the early '90s and the teen genre and the Afro-American community and what Spike was doing early on, Spike was really a pioneer in that sense. They weren't really teen movies, but they were, because a lot of teenagers went to go see those. When I say teenagers, really teenager, young adults, because they if you're 16, 17, up to 25, 26, 27, that's the market, right? And then it kind of, the cutoff point is kind of when people start getting married and settling down, and then it's a different kind of movie that they're watching movies with kids with babies versus watching coming of age type movies. And Spike was the master he did 3 or 4 of those young adult teen type movies. And I think he did create a genre, and he did stick with it for a while, and then he moved on to other levels of production. And it was the same in the early 80s with the teen movies that you saw in the early 80s. The difference was that John Hughes, he stayed with a certain genre, and he always stayed there. That's why he was able to make so many great films. And, we mentioned several of them. He found his niche, and he wanted to tell this kind of a story. And there were several that were, not only were they successful with audiences, they were extremely successful financially. So he had about a seven-year run, and then he just stopped making movies. So I think that the answer isn't that. The answer is that people, they don't stay in that genre. They move up on to other genres, and it doesn't mean that that's bad. It just means that's what happened. That's what happened with some of those earlier movies that were really were excellent. But those directors didn't come back in and create another one like it. They moved on to other things. And as Nick said, they follow the money sometimes. Sure. But John Hughes was never about the money. That's why, again, John is like if you want to study a filmmaker that just like hit it out of the ballpark, it wasn't about the money. He lived a simple life. Right. He was basically a farmer. He lived in Illinois, and he had probably $100 million, and he never spent it. He wasn't about that. So if the director is going to stay in that genre, they can create a lot more, and that's what we decided to do with Dirt Merchants films. That's what I said. The first 10 are in this genre, and the first 10 movies, and then after that, I'm moving on. But these first 10 are going to be about this, and that's why we can create several and still hit them right, right out of the ballpark each time, I believe. Yeah.
And if I could just loop back, just one question. If I can just loop back, because you were teasing about bringing in Elvis. One of the things that Mark Jacobson said, and he was the lawyer that was on the show and everything, and that was the first show that we did. That one of the things he said, and he was talking to a person who was in music, was he actually urged filmmakers, and I'm just curious to think whether you have one and whether you think that he's right, but he actually urged filmmakers not to have a business plan. And the reason he said that is because he said inevitably they put like comps and other things that they don't need in the business plan. And that's why he doesn't want them to have a business plan. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that, because he argued that filmmakers should not have a business plan.
I'm dying. Oh, go on, Henning. That's your question, not mine.
Well, I think I know the spirit of the statement. But in today's day and age, you're bringing money into your movie. You got to bring investors in. You got to show them where the money is. So you have to have a plan. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to bring that money in. and you have to be able to show, how people are going to get paid back. And that's where, developing this platform, this RevShare Films platform, and helping my friends to create the platform, it was really a passion of mine, because I realized that it was very hard to make money with these first few movies. And if a young filmmaker comes out with something that's brilliant, but he can't make the money, he can't pay back the people who put the money in the first one, and usually it's friends and family, and then they stop making movies. So you get these one-hit wonders, and again, you wonder why people stop making the film. So I believe you should have a plan. And Nick probably feels stronger than I do. I feel like you should have a plan. But you've got to be able, here's the key for filmmakers coming out of the gate. And I'm not talking about what happened 20 years ago or 30 years ago or 40 years ago or even 10 years ago. It's different today. It's different. Even 10 years ago, you weren't seeing all of this. You weren't seeing all of this this innovation on these independent films coming out. As the equipment becomes less expensive and as technology improves, you can make a really good film for less and less. And that's where all these independents come in. But for now, you've got to have a plan to get your initial investors paid back, at least just get their money back. Because if not, then you're not going to have, first of all, you're out of money, and you're out of, and a lot of these people are just fresh out of college. They don't know. They don't have the contacts, right? And then they run out of their contacts, but also they get dejected because they feel bad that they had a financial failure. So I believe you should have a plan, and you should pay everyone back every penny for the movie, for the first movie. And then this way you can make a second movie. It doesn't mean you need to be, Nick wants you to make $1 million on every, a day, but you don't have to make so much on you. Just get it enough to pay.
I just don't want hey, Henning, I just don't want to lose money. Okay. It's breaking even in this economy can be good. It's losing money. But this differs the businessman and the artist. The businessman looks at this, the artist looks at a successful audience. I mean, if
yes
you can do both.
Yes and no, because here, talking to the artist side of these filmmakers, you want to make another movie. That's why I focus on that. It's not about making all the money. It's you want to make your second and your third and your fourth, because it's in the second and the third and the fourth where you're going to really make your mark, because you learn. The first one's a learning process, and where you make your mark, and that's where the juice is. That's when you can really get your creative out there. So in talking to filmmakers, it's not really about the money for them. It's more like you want to make a second movie, because if not, you're going to be on somebody else's set. And I got people working on my sets who went to film school, who made feature films, short films, won awards. They're working for me because I keep making more movies, and they stopped after the first one.
Right.
So,
because they ran out of do-re-mi.
Exactly. So now they're working as VPs, they're working as assistants, they're working as grips, they're working as writers, which is fine to do that. Right. But if you're really passionate about making movies, make enough so that you can pay the people back and make another one. And the second one will be better than the first one.
Right.
And it is. I will tell you, his second one is even better. And I'm excited to be able to be a part of this, but business planning is good. Even if you don't follow it 100% or you had to pivot, have a baseline, have an understanding of what it's going to cost you and what your break even is, so that you know how many sales you need to make. And like Henning says, so that you can continue making the next one, because the more reliable you are at doing something close to that, the more people are going to want to invest in you. Yeah. And that's what you want to build, is that credibility. And it's not always going to be right. Nick and I know that too. We're business people, and you can put it down and something's going to hit you. You're going to get slammed up against the wall with some sort of unforeseen whatever, COVID. Yeah. And oh my God, I can't get out and film today.
Nick, we're going to try something new on the show today. I've tried it before, but I'm really curious what folks think, because I'm going to try to share the screen, because I just pulled up exactly where Mark Jacobson said it on one of our other shows. So really, I'm trying to put his words.
We're actually going to innovate on IBM TV. We're not really good at innovating here, Mark. Okay, I mean, we're kind of old.
Hold on one second, because I want you to hear what he had to say. Hold on one second. There's the shared screen.
See, and wait. There's somebody coming up here. Let's take a look.
Dangerous. You're winning.
Who the heck are these people?
Most businesses, when you have a unique selling proposition, and you need to set that out. But when my clients come to me with a film, and they come to me with a business plan for that film, I don't read it, because every film has the same goal, and that is to be theatrically released with as much attention as possible, and then sold to the premium cable networks, and then sold to the streamers, and then sold to free TV, and possibly on DVD in every territory in the world. So I think for films that a business plan makes no sense. And I urge my clients not to do it, because invariably they add in the back of the plan, here are some comps for other movies, and they never list the movies that are flops. They only list the enormously successful movies, which unfortunately is misleading when you think about securities law. So I'd rather they not do it. And that's my view on business plans for films. It's not true for a product like Jamie's or any other thing. They all are attempting to solve a particular problem, and you have to identify the challenge in the industry, the solution, the product, how yours is going to work, all that stuff. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's just not true.
I totally agree. That's not true. I mean,
guys, I got to go in a minute here. Let me just. I'll
you go ahead. You go ahead and beat this guy up. He can't respond anyway. You can beat him up, and I'll beat him up next.
That's not true. And when you make broad and sweeping statements like that, it's not very responsible, in my opinion. So whatever I don't know who that is, and I'm sure that they have their reasons for speaking that way, but. What he said the purpose of making a movie is to prepare for a theatrical release. The theaters are closed. So if you're telling me that your goal is to have a theatrical release and you're making your movie, he's talking about DVDs. I mean, I don't even know. Have you had a DVD? I mean, I don't even know where my DVD player is. So what again, the kind of advice people give, it makes no sense. If you're making movies in today's day and age, figure out a way to get your investors paid back. You need a plan, and as far as showing comparable movies, how are you going to show somebody what your movie is, the genre and the potential success, unless you show them a similar movie that has made money? And he's talking about it violates securities law. That's not true. I was a CEO of a publicly traded company for 11 years, and that doesn't violate any securities law, as long as you put in your business plan that these are projections, these are examples only, whatever disclaimer you need to put in. And you're talking about sophisticated investors that understand. So no, that's not accurate. That's a lot of inaccuracies in just that two minutes that you put up. So I can talk about an hour about the inaccuracies.
Bring him on, Mark.
I will bring him back onto this show. Like I said, he was the guest on my show yesterday, and he had a lot of different opinions, and I didn't always agree with everything he said either. But we just had that conversation. It's actually interesting because I was telling him that he needs to get in touch with not he, but the other gentleman with Kimberly, because he actually has an invention, and he kept trying to shoot down his invention. But his invention is actually going to stop people from piracy and things of that nature. So he's the other gentleman who was on the show, Jamie Boxell.
The thing is that the important aspect is that we really need to focus on the fact that you always need a plan.
Right.
A script is a plan. A script of a movie is a plan. It's how it's laid out. And we're watching this in Upstream, which I love watching these guys create the next TV show. Because literally that's what we're doing on the TV show Upstream is two guys, and they're creating the next TV show. And they're talking about this scene, that, but they're brainstorming right there in front of you.
But you know, I mean, he was saying that you don't need a business plan. He started outlining a business plan. Notice he said we need a plan of distribution, or you got to have a distribution. Come on, that's a distribution plan, guy. So and let me tell you, because I only work with accredited investors. Those are my only clients. None of them are going to fall into those traps, and none of them are going to say, "Well, I just don't have a business plan. I just have an idea." Great. Okay. And you don't have any meat on that potatoes. Good luck. Now, the only way he'll be able to raise capital, he writes the check where he has friends that he knows real well, that they've done well before, and they write the check. Other than that, outside investors, forget it. They're all out.
All right, I got 1 minute. So what do you guys need from me? I got 1 minute
left. What do we need from you?
Okay.
I'm here to serve. What is it? What can I do?
Share your link for people who want to watch.
Share your link.
And so I've shared the login and the access to our team only. Ankit was wondering, do you want us to share it outside or just our team only?
No, you can share. There's a link that you want to use that is actually what people can click on, and then they'll go straight there. I saw that you put the affiliate code, which is great. That'll get you in the system. And we wanted to make sure that maybe next week you guys watch Rebelistic. We can talk about that. And
that's what we're gonna do. Yeah.
And anything else that you want to share. So Mike will be in touch with you on that. And also we have movie night tomorrow night. We actually are debuting a brand new documentary tomorrow.
Well, I love documentaries. What's the documentary called?
America Health Yeah Part 2. America Health Yeah.
Yeah. So this is your other creation. I will try to be there. Lately, Wednesday nights have been kind of preoccupied, but I will. That's my movie night. So
Pacific time. We've got some great speakers. We're showing a brand new documentary. You guys are gonna love it. You're all welcome to come on and watch that. And in the meantime, when we get on next week, talk about Rebelistic. You guys can we can talk, but always have a plan, people. Always have a plan.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Don't do it. Don't let them do
it. Right. Take care.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Henning. All right.
Always nice to have a bright smile like his on.
Great conversation. Amazing conversation.
Yeah.
Well, he's an amazing businessman, right? The story that you watched is his story, right? That's his kid's story, right? That's him. And so where'd Nick go?
I don't know. Nick disappeared on us, but yeah, that was his story, and that was a great story and everything.
I do that quite often.
Yeah, you'd like to switch from side to side. You want to move.
I float in, float out. No, I was backstage listening. Sometimes I do the directing thing and try to figure out where this whole thing's going. But quite interesting about. I mean, Hollywood right now is running into some rough times because they can't film, they can't produce product. Right. Let's put it that way. And remember, the end user, all they see is the end use of the product. They pay for the product. They don't see all the stuff that behind the scenes to develop and actually put that product in front of you. But he certainly knows his market space, because there's certain target markets that you just really have to know if you're going to be in what I think is a real tough industry. I mean,
the entire industry is real tough. I mean, across the board, because the gentleman that was making the comments that was on my show is actually a New York attorney, so he is probably coming at it from the New York standpoint of business.
I don't need a business plan. I don't need. Well, see, the problem with the business plan, I think you need a business plan. The projections can be wild. In other words, the thing is, no one really knows how well it's going to do. And it really shocked me, because when I did see Fathers and Daughters, which I thought was a great movie, or at least a good movie, I'd get 3 stars, maybe 4. Here's what happened, though, Mark. The critics panned it. All you need is these crazy critics. They're worse than stock analysts. They pan it, and when they pan it, everybody else doesn't see it. And then all of a sudden, these poor actors and actresses, they really poured in their heart and soul, plus 22 million in production costs. And you can tell by the way it was produced. They probably spent 22 million doing it, and they brought home 5 million. Now, when I saw that may be the U.S. domestic gross before selling to Netflix. See, now they have these aftermarkets. They can sell to Netflix, Amazon. They can sell to Acorn. In other words, they sell in the aftermarkets. But it's a really, in my opinion, it's a really tough industry. And
it's become even worse with COVID and all the restrictions and things they have to deal with now.
Also, there's a lot of more product coming out in the market. In other words, there's a lot more people that can film because they brought the cost down in terms of being able to do these, but then the quality variance is extremely high. Not like it used to be, where if somebody produced a bad movie, it would still probably be 3 out of 5 stars. Now you see them, and we could send them to you. I get them come in all the time for IBM TV. They'd be 1 or 1/2 stars. Mark, they're really bad. I just don't have the time to review them. I review them. I go, hey, look, there's nothing we can do with that. That's really bad. And if it's bad to me, it's probably horrible to the critics, because I'm usually pretty nice. So, but it just shows what's going on out there. There's a lot more product being produced in the market space, and it's going to be, I think, a fairly competitive industry.
You know, I agree. I have other good news for you, though, Nick. I recruited you another podcaster to come on to the show. She was on my show, but Janie Culligan is a podcaster out of, I think, northeastern part of the U.S. She does a faith-based podcast, but I told her about Podcasters Thursdays. She's all about it. So she will hopefully pop in very shortly.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's also good to be able to develop podcasters into their own shows,
Right.
Which is what I'd like to do, is to have them ultimately have their own show, like what you're doing, Mark. I mean, the thing is, you're doing your own show, and we were talking about you yesterday. I go, I don't know how he does it, man. Carry it. But hey, look, if you can do it, but you've been in the industry for 30 years, so you have a lot of history. You know what you're doing, and I've watched you interview. You know how to interview people and other stuff, but the real problem is a lot of these people don't know how to do all that stuff that you do. They really don't. Okay. So when I watch you, I go, well, this guy's a pro. So if I need to leave, I can leave. And I know that the audience is taken care of because you know how to take care of people. Very important skill. It's funny, though, because I've watched some of the other people, they struggle with that last one, but they're new at this stuff, but you're not, because I watch immediately. You watch the board, you say, okay, this person isn't being brought in. Kim's not speaking, and then you grab, hey, Kim, but what about blah, blah, blah. And that's what a good interviewer is supposed to do. I don't know where you learned that. Did you get a radio background?
I got a degree actually in journalism from Marquette, but I was actually in print journalism. But I was raised by my parents who started a radio station when I was a teenager. So I was learning that as a kid. So my mom and dad started a radio station when I was like about, the station came on the air in 1976. So I was about 14 or 13. I'm 58 now. So like you said, I've been doing this for a number of years and definitely learned from two of the best in my mind, that being both of my parents, because they've done work. Mom was actually one of the first hosts for Black Issues Forum on PBS. So definitely she did that show for a number of years.
Okay, right. Wow. Okay. So the thing is, see, you have a media background.
Yes.
So and by the way, it shows, given some of the other shows that we've had on. But again, I don't mind the other shows being on. It's just that you can tell when somebody like you comes in, has a media background, versus the ones that really don't have a media background, but they're learning.
They might not have a media background, but y'all have some fascinating shows. I wanted to just allude to a show. I referenced it. You referenced it as well. I watch Zach and Dylan Stroh. They may not have that background, but they have some amazing conversation. They definitely were engaging me in the conversation. I kept chatting on with them, and they would sometimes make jokes about that. I think that Kim did the same, but they were definitely very engaging in the way that they created.
Zach is really good. I don't know what his background is, but he's really good in front of the camera, getting the audience, getting the guests to participate and stuff like that. Does he have a radio background or a background in the media?
I don't think so.
No, I think his background is actually in sales. I think that their background is doing sales in like convenience stores and things of that nature. And of course, you got to be a people person for sales as well. But
that's true.
The impression I get is that they are strictly salespeople. And I'm not necking sales folks. I've got friends that are in the sales market, and it's a skill that you can definitely convert to media. So I think that that's their background. Kimberly, am I correct in thinking that they mostly came from sales? But I think that's the case.
I guess I need to get to know them better. We have our talks, several times, but I do know that they are very good at engaging people, and that's what's very important as a TV personality. Is you're not there to talk to people; you want the people to relate. And one of the other things is that you don't have dead air. Like, you don't just sit there with a thought and nothing comes out, and you're sitting there, nobody's talking. That's not good either. So you've got to have this skill so that you're not the only one, like Nick said, the only one talking all the time, but so that you know that there's no dead air, that it's a casual conversation. And to me, the hardest thing is to wrap, to say goodbye, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's easy for me.
When you have an outro, but
you say bye.
Nick raps really well. I mean, before, when we didn't have like a weekly show or a daily show, we wouldn't say what's going to happen tomorrow, but he would just say, well, that was a great visit we had with so-and-so. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Right. So then but what also helps me is knowing I can hit that button for an outro and we're done, right? So you say goodbye, you say thank you. And I think this is the hardest thing that everybody has, is rapping. And with Nick and I, we had to learn to rap. We had to be done within so many minutes and seconds. And he would have that timer.
26 minutes, 42 seconds.
Yeah, and he would have that timer on the desk. But otherwise, you had to deal with cuts. And that's expensive. Like, editing is expensive. So Nick had that timer. he had this down, and we had it down to a science that we didn't even do the timer anymore. Everybody, the directors would go, how did they do that?
Mm-hmm.
We had it, you know, because we did it all the time. And but now we can be a little more relaxed. But what I noticed with a lot of people, opening is somewhat easy for them. It's the closing that's very hard. And you just got to learn to say, we're done. We'll get you at the next show.
Yep.
And no more, one more thing, we'll get you at the next show. When you do that, you do what? You open for a next show. You make sure that they're coming back. But you cut when you're supposed to cut. And I tell people what I like about IBM TV is we're a little flexible. That, you know, that rubber band can stretch a little bit. You could go over your hour. Wrap comfortably. This is what I tell people. Make it a nice comfort zone. You know, don't sit there and wrap comfortably. Right, Nick?
No doubt about that. I don't know if Nick froze on us or whatever. Nick froze. But what I was going to say is that we've got some folks that are actually in my mind, and I'm just going to share with folks that are watching us some of the shows that we have here and everything. But we've got some folks that I think have grown tremendously. And I'm not just saying that because I produced two of the folks that I'm going to mention, because one of them I don't produce at all. But I think that Coach Kumar, who I do not produce, does a great job with her show. I've actually been very impressed by hearing some of the advice that she's given from a spiritual standpoint and things of that. The same with Bruh. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name. I know Jim has done a really good job of that. I haven't mastered it yet. Until I master it, I'm not going to try to say it. So we're just going to go with Bruh, or Mike, the Nigerian guy with Mind Closet.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great show as well. And you definitely had some engaging conversations. I know I watched one, I think it was about a week and a half ago. And then some of the specials we've done, like the one on child abuse and suicide. And then, of course, the ones that I do produce on Saturday and Sunday, the two that Zach does and the one that Tish does. But all of those folks that I mentioned, Alexandria May as well, and the chess shows, whether that's Sasha or whether that's Jim's show. But we just have some great shows here on IBM.TV. I keep telling all my friends about it, and you're just doing a great job. So I just wanted to say that that's an amazing job that's being done, and more folks need to learn about this great facilities we have here and this great network that we have and this great family, because I just think that more and more people need to know. I know we've tried to build up subscribers. I'm going for us having 1,000 by September.
Well, you have a lot of subscribers, Mark, and I'm real impressed with your show. You just took it and ran with it, but it's your background that allowed you to do it. Alexandra May did the same thing. We had to do very little. I thought, oh, I'm going to have to, guide her, hold her. No, she grabbed it and ran with it. We always have a director with her as a backup, just in case something drops, right? We got each other's back. This is what I tell everybody. But each of these creations of shows, some of them are people who are experienced and some aren't, but they're pulling together. They're looking great. But I'm going to surprise you with something. Don't count just the viewers that you see up here or viewers that you see on Facebook or viewers that you're counting at the YouTube. Don't count those, because I'm getting text messages from Afghanistan where they're taking our show and showing it on their network.
Wow.
So that's just one view that they're using, right? But many people see it. And then I learned in a meeting last night with somebody who's helping us that we're being watched all over Cambodia. We're being watched all over many different countries right now. Hundreds of thousands of people that we don't see watching, because we're just, and this is what I told someone, I'm not going to pay attention to those viewerships right now, or I'm more worried and concerned about our quality. And I'd like to know that we're getting return visitors, because that means we have good quality. We have something people are willing to come back for. And that's what's important. Is so many people are like, oh, we got to get to 1 million. Well, get to 1 million not because of just somebody famous. Get to 1 million because you got good quality, right? And it's not just the clicks, okay? It's the watches. But there's actually something that shows you how long somebody's watched your show for, which so you can break it down to that level. But you're doing a great job. You've got a lot of viewers, but you got more viewers than you know, because I found out yesterday we're being watched in other countries where they take our one show and show it on their platform.
Wow.
Yeah. Is that cool?
That's real cool.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
we're not making money on it, but this is what I told someone. Get the word out there.
Yeah.
Let people know who we are. We'll build on the other. And someone else said that they felt like it's more important right now. It'd be nice to get money, but it's more important right now, the quality.
Yep.
And they said that that's the reason why they watch us every day. And I'm like, you watch us every day? I don't see you up on my view thinking, yeah, I watch you. And I'm like, wow, okay. So that's, to me, more important are the comebacks, right?
Oh yeah,
and
I agree. And I've seen a lot of folks, including some quote unquote national figures, that have told me that they have paid attention or things of that nature. They might be out of digital media or they might be out of different other platforms, but they tell me that they've definitely been watching and paying attention to some of the things that we do. So that's really good. We're getting that kind of notice, and like you said, people from around the world are checking us out. And that's one of the things that I talk about is that, and I know Zach does as well, that we're not just here in the United States yet. We might talk about United States things that are happening in Hollywood or things that are here in the United States, but we also talk about things in Australia. I mean, I find it real fun, and sometimes you can get a little fun in the way he makes his comments, but I enjoy hearing Shaquille and the gentleman from Malaysia and some of the others that we get from around the world. They can definitely make you think, but they also can sometimes make you laugh as well, because Shaquille definitely has a sense of humor as well.
It's open opinion and platform, and we want, again, like we say, just keep it clean. Give us your opinion. Everybody has a different way too, right? Everybody has this funny way, maybe serious way. Some people sometimes think Nick and I don't like each other, and I'm like, what? Because
wait a minute. I was getting ready to start a sports show. We're gonna have a boxing match between y'all two, or arm wrestling.
Sometimes I leave because the internet just conked out on me 2 seconds ago. It just all of a sudden went, and I thought, did that happen to you guys too, or not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not at that moment. That's why I always say we got to have each other's backs, right?
Okay, so you guys were still on. I just went off then.
Yeah, so it happens because that's why I always have Win is always around to have our back if we spin out. Then
because it looked to me like everybody went off the air. And I'm going, was that just me? And I'm running Google Fiber, which is super fast internet, but that doesn't mean anything. Apparently, there was a blip, and all of a sudden, I had to reboot my whole machine. I was going,
it happens now.
It wasn't my typical disappearing act.
No, it happens.
Wasn't an intentional disappearing act like you usually do.
No. Usually I disappear intentionally. That's had nothing to do with it.
We're talking about viewers, and that's some of the things that we're going to be building on. But Mark has a good viewership.
He does. I watched it.
We're going to be investing money in. We're raising money to invest in changing our platform so that we get more reliable content that is really good. Storage and usage, user friendly, and all of this, and you're part of it now. You are part of the IBM TV.
You're going to be an insider. Now, with being an insider
again,
you're going to have to be very careful about that. They're insider trading rules, which
I know they are.
Otherwise, we'll see you on the next Martha Stewart show. Okay,
not the next Martha Stewart show. On a lighter note, and then we don't wrap up with everything, but I got to tease y'all. I did find this great show that is a really bad show, because you got to, we all have our guilty pleasure. Kim, I'm sure you got your guilty pleasures. I told you mine is sometimes Lynn's cookies and things of that nature, but I stumbled across a show called Love After Lockdown. So it's basically a train wreck that is about to happen. So it's like prison folks are involved and they want to get involved in a romance, and then they get out of prison. So it's like literally a train wreck about to happen. So I started watching that on one of the cable channels. It's not a main cable channel, but I think I saw 2 episodes. But it was just hilarious, because you know how you sometimes you see the train wreck. You watch the people, you know what kind of people they are, so you know it's going to be a train wreck, but you can't stop yourself from watching the train wreck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of the way life is, and sometimes I think human nature, our curiosity gets the best of us, and we're going to watch it anyway.
We're going to turn it off. Come on. I mean, the thing is, there's a real problem today. Okay, did you see I don't remember the name of these shows that are in mainstream television this evening. I can't watch that stuff.
No.
I mean, it's beyond garbage. You know, I don't even know what the names are because that's how much I don't really appreciate the shows. And I'm going like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I'd rather watch the shows on IBM TV, you know, because the other ones are just so bad. It's not funny. Hey, speaking of IBM TV, Kim, when is our travel show going to come up? Because I'm
going to need Ed. You know, Ed is taking care of all of that. I pulled up one of our interviews though of Tom Vellante. You know how you were talking about
right.
For that spot where
do you have that spot where he says he's unemployable? Do you have that?
I have the interview, but I can't find the spot.
Oh, you have to go find the spot on that.
Yeah, but I thought, wouldn't that be funny if I could, when you're talking about it, I'll pull it.
Speaking of which, just between me and the stars, I've done a couple things for our friend Shaquille, because I assume we'll come back. Number one, Mark, you may say he's always defends America, right? So I brought this magazine, National Review, Defense of America.
Okay.
That'll make him happy, because I want to make sure that, you know, Shaquille is happy and he's into the defense of America. So I got number two thing I did. Apparently likes the Federal Reserve. And, you know, we interviewed the Federal Reserve. So Kim, what I did is I got rid of a couple of interviews, and the Federal Reserve now runs on our main page at IBM TV, or interview with the Federal Reserve of Chicago. It's actually the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. So you can watch our interview with the Federal Reserve on IBM TV. And I added one more besides the Federal Reserve. So I know what I did. I added the shows, because Mark, your show didn't show up on our website. I was kind of like, well, it shows up in one place, but doesn't show up on our weekly. So I added your show on the weekly side, because I was going like, gosh, you got to make sure that, you know, we have all the shows that we feature on our website at IBM TV. And I think I moved one other video over. So I was messing with the website today. Normally I don't, because if I do, all of a sudden Ankit goes, oh, you know, you just destroyed our distribution in India because I haven't linked to ABCDE. And I was going, no, I didn't know that. So I got to be real careful about changing it, because he links it to all these other places. Then yesterday we found out through Henning Morales, he goes, you know, you're being watched in Cambodia, Thailand, Burma, and all those places. No, I didn't know that. But he goes, yeah, because I distribute it through all those places. Oh, no.
So we're being distributed, we're being shared, and, you know, we're growing. We're growing at the rate, or what I call organically.
Organic growth, which is usually in financial services, at least the insurance industry, it's not organic growth. Usually they grow through acquisitions, not organically. Too hard to grow organically. In our particular neck of the woods, it's actually pretty easy to grow organically. In other words, add more, you know, producers, add more shows, add more distribution, more countries that they see us in. So the organic growth is pretty strong. As a matter of fact, one problem we're having, it's moving too fast. With that, Kim, our attorney called. Part of the reason I was going. The Reg D meeting is going to be at 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. So it's got pushed back an hour. I didn't confirm it because I don't know if you guys are going to be around.
I'll be around for you, Nick.
Okay. Well, you know, I don't know.
I got a lot of paperwork to do, but I'll come in for a
well, I have only 30 minutes, because then I have another meeting right afterwards. But 30 minutes should be okay, I guess.
We're just learning. We're scouting. So.
Yeah, I really want to do a whole show on Reg D. A lot of people don't know about Reg D, you know, and I was about to ask Henning about Reg D, because I believe, without me looking through that's how he does his fundraising, his Reg D offering. It's got to be.
I'm not going to give his secret away. So
Reg D shouldn't be a secret. See, this is my problem I have with Reg D and Reg CF. Our elementary school kids should know about Reg D and Reg CF. I'm serious.
They should.
We teach them chess. We don't teach them finance, and it's not that hard to learn it, or at least be exposed to it at an early age. So Reg D, certainly we should have, and I got to find.
The last time in elementary school taught finance, because like I said, I remember going and having finance classes and things like that in grade school, but I think that our schools don't even teach that anymore.
I know that. Well, see, this is the appalling
thing. They didn't
teach
them when I was growing up. I don't know what you guys got, but we didn't get.
It's really appalling, Mark. I mean, one of the real problems is that these things are useful tools for anybody at some point in time in their lives. You know, mortgage, for example. Did you take mortgages when you were in high school?
Not in high school or college.
School or elementary. And what I found out teaching elementary kids, because I used to teach them chess, because there was a saying one time, oh, elementary kids can't learn to play chess. Do you know, it is the biggest market in the chess world right now, is teaching elementary kids. They're huge. They love it. Okay. If they can learn how to play chess, they can learn Reg D. You know, Reg D is actually easier than chess. But the real problem is we don't even bother to go teach them things like that. And I think it would be good for them to learn a little bit about that. It's really a capital raising tool for what it is. It can help anybody out. Same with Regulation CF, which is now known as the crowdfunding rule. And at least get exposed to this, but we don't even give these people exposure to that. As a matter of fact, what we spend a lot of time doing, rather than training people and helping people, we tend put them in jail for things like, hey, I'm smoking weed. Who cares? Yep. Okay, it's more important that they know about Reg D. Oh, wait, there's Jeff speaking about smoking. Jeff, can you hear us? Yesterday we had a little problem with the video.
Can you hear me now?
We're good now.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Jeff.
Right. I have a new line, a new T-shirt. It's called Reboot.
A reboot. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, have you got released any of these prisoners recently? Got people out for these?
Craig Cecil just came home after 13 or 17 years. He was on our show, and we continually have our two co-hosts, Stephanie Landa and Amy Pova. They bring in all of the people that Amy Pova does the Can Do Clemency. That's her world. And she was in jail, I think, for 9 years. Stephanie Landa was in jail for 9 years for marijuana, for nonviolence.
Okay. Now, just because I got to really understand this, because I'm like light years behind.
Blows my hat off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. You're telling me that these people are in jail for smoking marijuana for 9 years. They didn't force it on a child. They didn't force it on their spouse. They just did it themselves. Is that right?
Cocaine is a Schedule II drug. Marijuana is a Schedule I drug. And marijuana is up next to opiates, and heroin. And you get less time for cocaine and crack than you do for marijuana. And marijuana is the safest of all the drugs. So it's hypocritical. It's wrong. Right. It's old school. Sure. And yes, the idea is Jeff Mazansky, who I helped to come home after he was in jail for 21/9 for 2 grams was his third strike. I'm advocating for the 3 strikers, and that's an ancient law that should not be in tow and stupid. Right. For 3 strikes for marijuana, which I always say 3 is weed, is our new peace sign, peace, and then F Schedule 1. I don't want any more people in jail for nonviolence.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm totally with you on that. And to me, it's appalling that still exists in our criminal injustice system. You know, because for me, I thought, hey, wait, that's over with. People don't, especially when you're dealing with a health issue, not a criminal issue. I don't even think it should be a criminal issue.
Well, Michael Thompson is in the hospital now, and I flew to Michigan to be with him.
Right.
And his new lawyer, which was, affiliated with some people, we had a little bit of the Kardashian team help us get this lawyer to come from Ohio, 6-hour drive, met me. We went in there, we got a photograph, and we left. Right. And the bottom line was they wouldn't let me film in there, but we did get a photograph. Sure. I need a photo op. I need more fundage to get to more prisoners, because in the whole game, I'm basically the only one that's ever been in to film these people. But Jeff Mazansky was in for 2 grams for his third strike for 21 years. 2 grams is less than a joint, and people are using marijuana to heal their joints.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
For medicine.
Hey, Jeff, if we got rid of all of the nonviolent crime that's like tied to marijuana and things of that nature, how much do you think we would empty the prison? About 65%, 75%, or what would your guess be if we got rid of nonviolent?
We also have the injustice with the out of balance of the Hispanics and the Black people that are in jail for that. it's disproportionate. And yes, the jails would go down. Just figure right now with COVID, we're going to lose 1/3 of all restaurants in America for good. Okay.
Right.
So big deal. We lose some prisons.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, the thing is, they're useless institutions.
I'm talking about Ram Dass, who said, "Be here and now, everybody. Let's reverse the old school. Let's let these people come home on house arrest." It's COVID. Michael Thompson. I was finishing the story about Michael Thompson. He's in the hospital today, and he's 69 years old, and he's a sweetheart. And they're thinking about putting him back in jail next week when he gets better for COVID. He's in the hospital, and he's going to go back where there's more COVID.
Who's thinking about putting him in jail?
No, he's been in jail for 25 years. He just went to the hospital for COVID.
Right. And he's out of jail. He's not going back.
No, he may go back.
He's saying that he went from the jail to the hospital, and they want to put him back in the jail. Is that right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Jeff, who are the lunatics that are trying to put him back in jail? I want their names.
It's the warden. It's the governor. But I showed on my show that we had phone numbers to call the governor. The governor's office will take a call from you. Her assistant answered the phone for me. Yeah. And then we have one other place where you can write a letter. So every show that I have, I'll have some numbers that you can call to be proactive. You know, we can only win all of our battles by numbers, but children, stop breaking windows for BLM.
Yeah.
Please.
That's not really, I'm not sure that that's as much the children it is certain elements of the protest movement. Some of our Antifa friends and some other.
You mean some planters? They're planting people?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between the protesters and the rioters. Okay, it's just like, but certainly these people that are in jail for nonviolent crimes, Jeff, the prosecuting attorneys, the wardens, and the quote injustice system needs to be held accountable for this. And that's
I don't see people partying anymore by making more money, by buying Ferraris and having fast women or slow women and fast cars. Whatever. It used to be fun to have lots of money because you would work it, but we have COVID for God's sakes now.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody's down home. I heard they said God said, "Here's COVID." God said, "Go to your room and contemplate."
Mm-hmm.
So on Coast to Coast, I heard that the other night. Somebody said, God said, "Go to your room and contemplate COVID." So everyone's in their house right now contemplating what to do for the rest of their life. Mm-hmm. Everything's changing.
And also contemplating what to do with voting, since we need to have lots of folks go out there and vote, and there are folks that are trying to stop an election. So they know they can't legally do that, Nick, but they want to try it anyway.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You know what? The absurd thing about the voting thing that, and I'm very PC, on your show here, is that the person that's in charge with the funny hairdo, he mails his vote in, and he's freaking fighting not to mail your vote in.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's ridiculous. Do you know in the state of Washington, almost all the votes were vote by mail. With almost.
That's where I live. I'm in Washington.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I used to live in Bellingham.
Yeah.
Washington, which is in the north end. I don't know where you live.
The ham is good. The ham is good. Yeah, it's right near British Columbia.
Right. Yeah, we were rolling near British Columbia. But the thing is, there was no this fraud. A lot of this stuff is just made up. I hate to say it. It's just made up. And it's just like saying, extreme voting fraud. Okay, is there fraud evident? Is there some truth into everything? Sure. But there's like a grain of truth and a sand of lies is what's going on. And the thing is, these people grab the grain of truth and try to make it the truth for the whole bucket, and that's not true. It's the
truth of the day, and we can only focus on the truth of the day. Being here now, let's go to Florida. Okay?
That's where I'm from.
But
okay,
why
we're in Florida. Where in
Florida, the boogeyman in elections? Look at George Bush. Look at the Chads.
Yeah,
look at everything is leading to Florida every year. That's the one thing. And and the electoral vote is old school. Hillary won. by the.
Yeah, I know she won. That's weird, isn't it? She won, but she's not president because they have the Electoral College. She didn't get enough in the Electoral College, so she lost. And that's our system. I mean, our system is what it is, unless somebody wants to change it. The problem I have with the system you're playing with, which is the criminal injustice system, that first of all, I thought that all ended years ago. And you're telling me, obviously, it's not. You're still getting these people bailed out. And they don't really have much of a voice. I guess I never worked in the criminal justice. I stay away from criminal law and divorces, so I just stayed away from it. So I'm really an outsider at this, but it doesn't seem to me to be correct. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. It seems to me there would be some due process argument, especially the 3 strikes you're out deal in California, that the law ab initio, and I haven't read it, so I don't know what the jurists say, should be declared null and void as unconstitutional as written. But apparently that hasn't happened.
I still can't believe you're absolutely correct about the absurdity, the hypocrisy, and in life, if we had Gandhi here, I don't know where Oprah and the Dalai Lama are right now to calm us all down, in public, but they're being silenced. And if Gandhi was here,
wait. Who's being silenced?
Well, you haven't heard from the Dalai Lama since this all started.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
to get along, everybody, to calm down, to go to the compassionate side. I mean, they're talking every morning on Democracy Now! About somebody dying.
I know. I've had my picture taken with the lady who runs Democracy Now!
Yeah, Amy Goodman.
Yeah, right. Actually, I met her in a conference, I believe PBS conference.
Right, but every day somebody's dying jumping over that wall.
Yeah. Well, the thing, okay. Hey, look, if you want to get to another bad system, it's the immigration system in the United States.
Oh, yeah. Jeff. That's totally messed up.
Here's part of the problem. Of course, this is my theory. All right. And like I said, I would get rid of the statute liberty. And they say, bring us your poor, your homeless. No, I wouldn't put that. I'd say, bring us your best and your brightest. Okay. Right. Because, we actually reject them too as well. There's a lot of best and brightest students who want to come here, get educated, and stay in the United States. And we could really use that help. And they throw them out. The other problem I have with the immigration system is the immigrants that are here. In every legal system in the world, there's this thing called a statute of limitations. If you committed a crime, a burglary, if you robbed somebody, if you beat somebody up, battery, usually within 5 years, if you're not arrested and prosecuted, it's forgiven. It's called a statute of limitations. It exists in old English law forever. So really, Jeff, you can go beat Mark up or Mark can beat you up. Okay. And if you're not arrested in 5 years, okay, then you can go tell you had the big fight. No one's going to arrest you. It's a statute of limitations issue. It exists for everything except murder and immigration. Okay. And here's my problem with it. Murder and immigration aren't in parametera.
Marijuana Schedule 1, cocaine Schedule 2.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, but it's ridiculous. Okay, so the thing is, if you're an immigrant here and you've been here 5 years, okay, the statute should apply and you're here as a permanent resident. That would exist in every law in the world except in immigration. And I did research. The Doctrine Lachaise, the statute of limitations don't apply to our immigration law. But think about how we'd clear up our system instantaneously. So if you got a guy who's down the street who's been here 5 years, okay, and he's an immigrant, okay, he can apply for citizenship. Poof, period, because he never committed a crime. He's been here for 5 years. The statute of limitations run and get away with this stupid system that we've had for generations. The other thing is, and I've had some of my employees, we had to go through immigration.
I like the term old school instead of stupid.
Okay, well, I know you like old school, but see, I call it as is. I'm sorry, I call it stupid. Yeah, I can't distinguish this.
It's okay. It's
okay.
I like old school too. But by the way, I would not beat up Jeff. Jeff is too cool. But I might take his hat. The hat is really happening.
Okay, right. You have 5 years, Mark, and if you take his hat in 5 years, then you can go
Ecuador.
Really,
Ecuador.
It's really weird. Then you can go to the police and say, I stole Mark's hat. Yeah. How long ago was it with Mark? Well, it's about 5 years ago. Can't arrest you. Sorry. Okay, because statute's fraud.
Well, wait. What about all the DNA packets that were lost? and children were raped and killed. And they just said we lost 4,000 DNA containers in Portland, Oregon. You know, they lost like they just lost them. And they're coming out with new ways to check DNA now and letting people out of jail that were in jail improperly, because DNA is now science. They got better with it.
Right. Yeah, that part.
As humans, we need to get better. We need to release our nonviolent prisoners.
I'm totally with you. See, one problem in our legal system, and I harp on the medical system. If you listen to enough of this stuff, our medical system is the most expensive in the world. Yet, look at coronavirus. Our results are the worst, almost the worst in the world. Okay. Our legal system is one of the most expensive systems in the world. Yet, it's not the best system, or things like, or you, frankly, you'd be out of a job, because the thing is, these people would be released and no one would care about it. But apparently you're telling me that even today we have people that, and it's so expensive to incarcerate people. What also got me is because I just checked the numbers. Well, who has more incarcerations? The United States or Russia? The United States by far. United States or China? United States by far. That's not a good demographic to lead the world. And then you have to ask, why are they in prison? They're in prison for things like you're saying, reasons they should not be. And the other problem that we have is we are not improving our mental health system. It's ridiculous. A lot of people are in because of mental health issues. We just totally ignore it. And the police, they're not competent to deal with this stuff.
What about
they're not trained? You're right, Mark.
What about, I heard two things about Corona.
Yeah,
they said something about it was the Antarctica didn't have any coronavirus, and they called it. There was a joke about it because it was so cold up there.
Cold down there, or up there, depending on how your perspective of the world.
But the homeless also.
Really?
They're outside, and there's been no COVID homeless. And they're all outside.
That's weird. I can't explain that would be the reason, why that demographic group would not have I will look into that, because that doesn't seem to make sense, because it's so, my problem with coronavirus has two problematic issues. Issue number one, highly contagious. If it wasn't highly contagious, it wouldn't be a big deal. Problem number two, highly lethal among certain demographic groups. Usually, if you have a pre-existing condition, you have diabetes, those people will have a higher mortality rate, and it goes on an increasing amount. As you get older, you have issues, your mortality just goes up tremendously. Now, here's my theory about it. Of course, I'm following Malaysia. Mark knows this, because Malaysia, with a population of 30 million, has 123 deaths. Now, think about it. 30 million. Size of California, 123. How much do you have in California? 100 times more. How much do you have in the United States? 1,000 times more. Now, why? See, the minute you see numbers, the next question you have to ask, why? Right. They take this very seriously. They don't like their people to die because of a disease they don't have to. And the problem we have here in this country, we don't take it seriously. It's a joke. And so we're getting the result we want to. As far as schools are concerned, my opinion, close them all. You don't open up till next year. I mean, that's the realities of it. There is and I've harped on this. You remember, Mark, back in March, I was saying the U.S. will go over 100,000 deaths when a couple months it did. And I'm saying it's over 200. Okay. And it's because the policies that we're pursuing, if you're serious about it. Now, there's two ways. You can be non-serious or you can be serious. If you're serious about it, your kids do not go to school, because go do the math. They go to school, one has it, they infect the others, but they're not going to die because they're kids. They have big immune systems. Then they go home. Parents get it. Some die, some don't. But the parents meet the grandparents. Me. I get it. I die. Comprende? It doesn't take, it's 3 degrees of separation and you're killing people. So here's what's going to happen. There's going to be more coronavirus, more deaths because of our policies, because we're not taking it seriously. Now, there was one article I read just today about coronavirus. Oh, you don't need masks. Dutch says it's okay. And they compare some of the European countries that are very lax. The European countries are not doing near as well as Japan, Malaysia. You're right. Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam. If you look at all the demographics there in the Pan-Asian, these guys got it right.
Yeah.
To follow Europe into the hellhole that they are, forget it. The Europeans didn't get it right, and the Americans got it worse. Only because we haven't dealt with this. They've had to deal with MERS. They had to deal with SARS. They realized the seriousness of it, and we, frankly, aren't serious.
Ebola.
Yep, Ebola. Good point, Jeff.
With Ebola, and we have a documentary somewhere on IBM TV. You'll see it on the Ebola and how serious they were in containing it. But the thing is, it deals with the seriousness of wanting. In other words, it's your own. Do you really want to control this, or do you want to just play with it? And what I see in our leadership is they're not serious about it. Okay, I mean they're not. They don't recognize it. They don't.
Well, when the ruler hangs out with Bolsonaro in Brazil,
yeah.
the ruler in Brazil, who we won't use the N-word, for Adolf, but the bottom line is that they're not nice people, and that guy got it. For not wearing a mask.
Okay, the dude in Brazil who heads up Brazil, I think he also just doesn't care. In other words, he goes, well, it kills all the people in the falafels or whatever they call it, the poor people, and he didn't really give a rat's rear.
No, I've got a friend from Brazil, and they actually live here in Durham, and actually another young lady that the friend I'm talking about is actually a musician, but the friend is actually here in the apartment complex, and she's from Brazil, and she talks about the fact that leader is almost as bad as Trump. She says that in some cases, that leader may be worse than Trump, the one from Brazil. So definitely there's some crazy leaders in the world. And
there are other crazy leaders, but also there's some sane leaders. Look at what they're doing in New Zealand. They have like 0 coronavirus deaths. I mean, all you have to do is take the world demographics. Now, here's the other problem I had. Okay, when leader in chief goes, okay, we're going to have the person who's going to head up the task force. And I was thinking, oh, you're going to have an MD, PhD. And I've run into these medical doctors with PhDs who are really strong, really know their stuff. And he turned around and he gave it to Mike Pence, who's not an MD, not a PhD.
Oh no, I'm
wrong guy.
Very aware of the absurdity of this whole movie that we're stuck in. We're stuck in a movie that doesn't make any sense. Look where my gong is from.
Where's the gong?
Wuhan.
Back in, but
but I mean Wuhan. Okay, so it was but it did show. It did show that a little virus in Wuhan can affect the whole world and how interconnected our world is today. Okay, so it did show that. I do appreciate that part of it.
Well, the absurdity of it all is that I see our little stripe-ins here. It's a Stephen King movie. The absurdity of it all is that when I listen to George Norrie every night before I go to sleep, because I'm a bachelor during COVID, and that's another story. But the absurdity of the Stephen King movies, they said last night, is that the science fiction, the sci-fi is coming real.
Well, yeah, you know, the thing is, in some respects, here's some good news. This could be a lot worse. It could be a lot more contagious and a lot more lethal. You know, so let's face it, and that's one reason that they said, "Hey, this may not be the first pandemic the people in the world lived through."
Well, what's the agenda? What's the agenda about the what we're forgetting about? Like, while one thing happens, the whole media focuses on that one thing that they want us to focus on. Yeah. You know, and then what about climate control? You haven't heard about that.
That gets pushed aside. But what you say, okay, but what you say about the media is very interesting. In the United States of America, the land of the free, home of the Atlanta Braves, where you happen to live, Jeff, the media is controlled by 5 major corporations. They control everything you see, hear, read. 90% of what you hear, see, read. 5 companies control everything in the media. Now, what we did with IBM TV, we bypassed all them. We haven't got attacked yet. I do have all my defenses ready. my stack of lawyers. I'm seeing another one today at 3, ready just in case. But I'm just saying, if you look at the media, what you're consuming, which influences you, whether you like it or not, and some of them run ads today that are abject lies. Because I always do my fact search and I'm going, well, this is a complete lie. Like you see, Biden goes, defund the police. He goes, yes, absolutely. That's not what he said. Complete lie, and they're allowed to run it. Okay, and I'm going like, okay, but what you consume in the media in the United States, 5 companies control everything you see, learn. So they're like little, ooh, we got Jeff. We're going to tell him everything.
Well, if there's 5, who's the number one person that's telling the 5 what to do?
Well, they're really run by corporations, and a lot of them are running based on revenue and what bleeds leads. In other words, based on eyeballs. In other words, it's not really the quality of the content that you see, and it's even in use. Some of these people need some time to explain their positions. They're given like 5 seconds, 30 seconds. You can't explain a position in 30 seconds. Are you kidding me?
The problem I have with just about everything comes down to humans are special beings, and video games and Civil War and history that hasn't been told properly, like the Howard Zinn story. You know, they boycott that book so many times about his history book, and the things is that we don't learn from our history. I grew up as a Jewish boy, and in Hebrew school we learned about what happened in World War II. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm very politically correct, and I try not to use certain names because I don't want to give them energy. But there were horrible people in the history of time, and then we had Rwanda. Then we had how could we have Hotel Rwanda in our lifetime?
Good question.
We have a world. Not government, but what's the thing in The Hague? The world whatever court, and they just don't go in there.
World Court, yeah, it's
we have the ability to not have one person starve on the planet right now, and we're still focused on nuclear, going to Mars, and not taking care of global warming.
Yeah, you bring up some good points, and one point that our friends from around the world have brought up is the amount of money that we spend on our military relative to other countries. I mean,
feeding the children. Nobody should go.
Nobody
should go hungry ever.
Right. And the real problem is also, as you well know, Jeff, it's not just going hungry abroad. We have the problem in the United States of America. The U.S., for all its good things that we have here, has some very major flaws. And one of it is in my opinion, it's the disparity. David K. Johnson, I'm sure, is going to be spending a lot of time on this. But the wealth disparity in this country is so bad, people don't even know how bad it is. Okay, and I'll give you one figure that you'll just love this one. Okay, if the wealth in the United States, which is 113 trillion, added up by a lot of economists, was divided equally, the average American would have in their pocket today, cash, $332,000 per family, around $550,000 if it was divided equally. But here's the problem: it's not divided equally. It's not even close. Okay, it all skews to the 1%.
Yeah, totally skews to that 1%.
Okay,
and the other thing is that they're now kind of, we had that stimulus money and the unemployment money that has now run out. So now folks are trying to scramble with no money at all.
Mark, who does that serve that they ran it out? It should not run out.
Of course.
In the meantime, they can put gas in their car because they have savings and they own towers.
Oh no, it doesn't. Jeff, it doesn't even.
Why did it run out?
Jeff, please. All this thing that happened in the economy doesn't even affect the 1%, but it does affect a demographic, and we'll take the bottom 50% of the United States. The bottom 50% can't get a hold of $400 if their life depended on it. That's the problem that we have in what I call the disparity. And there are different solutions, but the thing is, recognizing the problem is the best. Yes. What are you doing? What's yes about?
It's we hear no like 400,000 times by the time we're 8 years old. from my parents.
Yeah, well, we got to hear yes, but the thing is, I think David K. Johnson's going to be doing a series on this, because somewhere we need to flatten that curve, and the curve is a spike that goes like that, and one problem is that we've just basically destroyed our middle class through tremendous bad policies. Some of it is the minimum wage isn't high enough, and we're supporting it, like in Walmart, because everybody goes to government assistance. We pay more taxes for that. And part of it's unions. Okay, we don't have unions anymore, so people don't have minimal working conditions. And what we do have is a super wealthy class, which is one of the fastest growing classes in the United States. It's the top 1%.
Well,
I have also been bailed out.
Unbelievable amounts of money.
Who
Unbelievable
has
amounts
also
of
been
power.
bailed out. But that's the reason that a lot of when they point out that the economy is doing great, what they don't tell you is that a lot of those corporations have received the money to be propped up. So
of course
they don't tell you that part.
Yeah,
well, I have a bone to pick about my new friend that I met. Her name is Linda. Okay, I'm a bachelor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I went onto Craigslist and I wanted to get a tool from her. She was a detail person. She's closing her shop. She was detailing boats, cars, and trucks. Okay, and so she's closing her business. And she says, call me on a text, right? From Craigslist, right? And so I allow the universe to allow me to see my angels and bring them, bring the next person that I want to be close with or begin a relationship with. Okay, so I have a point here that it's called fun. Where's the fun in coronavirus? Well, this woman said, call me, Jeffrey. This is a good story. The woman said, call me, and it's a Craigslist ad. And she goes, when I picked up the phone and I said, I'll be there tomorrow. What time are you free? And I'll bring my $10 and I'll pick up the item and we'll be done. And she goes, aren't we colorful, Jeffrey? When she answered the phone and I said, well, where's your accent? She says, I'm Creole. I'm from New Orleans. And she lives an hour from me in Squim where the Costco is. So I said, I'll do a Costco run and I'll come out and see you. And we spent an hour and a half on the phone. And the end of this conversation is that she checked me out on Facebook and she said, you're cute. You're like a colorful soul. And I dig you. And she's the same age as me. And we're both like bachelors and bachelorettes.
Mm-hmm.
COVID sucks for dating. At least in AIDS, you could smooch. At least in AIDS, you knew what to do. They're not telling us what to do. So they've taken the fun out of dating.
You may have a point, because I've got a friend of mine who's actually a comic. She's in California as well. She's a great comic, Mona Shake, and that's her complaint, is that she's tired of being confined. She was also tired of COVID kind of messing with body parts and things that she would like to have taken care of that she can't have taken care of because she can't go to those types of hair care people and things of that nature. So she was really frustrated.
We could get a little Bill Cosby.
Hey, it doesn't come with instruction manual, unfortunately. COVID
battery's not included. I mean, I'm tired of. It's not tired. With AIDS in 1983, we got stopped.
Okay. I have an idea. You and her may want to get tested for COVID-19, similar like an AIDS test.
Well, you can't swab every day just to go.
I know that.
To have dinner.
Hey, listen. This is absolute a big problem.
Look at the NBA. Look at baseball.
I know,
20 people on one team got it. What if the ball has it? Why are they going to play football and basketball? What if the ball has it?
Yeah. Okay.
Why are these millionaires going to play ball?
Look, hey, Jeff, I totally agree with you. And with that, just keep in mind it's okay to send kids to school and mingle with each other. Now,
oh my God.
how do you
mandatory vaccinations with little chips in it, nano chips?
Right. Okay. And here's where we're going to see the next big thing, the next big epidemic, whatever you want to call it. The numbers are going to go up. But what happened when they started doing this? Hey, people can come out now. Everything's free. I was going, numbers are going to go up. You guys are totally wrong. Like that. Of course they did. Here's what's going to happen. The number's going to creep up again. And the Americans are going to go, oh, I don't know what happened. How could Johnny come down with the COVID-19? How could Johnny give it to me? It's like they couldn't see it. You know,
they're going to be blind about that. But Nick, I do have a question for you, and I'm curious what Jeff's got to think about this as well, which is that I was actually reading, and I read different things. I was trying to find it, but I wasn't having much luck in my emails. Got way too many emails. But there is a theory going around that, Jeff mentioned Wuhan. There's a theory going around, and I think there's definitely the workers' world and some of the left folks from China and other people are saying that the disease might not have even come from China. So I was wondering, do you think that we're eventually going to find out that it wasn't even coming out of China, that it might have been elsewhere? Because I know Workers' World and some other publications that I read have talked about that it was actually.
What does it matter at a certain point?
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure that's possible. Anything's possible, but I think it's irrelevant at this point in time, Counselor. What is relevant? It's like this. What's relevant today is it's here with us. Now the question is, we have moves. It's like playing chess on the chess.
What we want to know is if it did come from a factory, if they were building it and it got loose by accident. We want to know if there's something worse that's going to come after.
Exactly, and something worse. But really, there's going to be a lot of 2020 will be analyzed significantly by historians in the next 20 years. They're going to look back and say, can you believe the Americans, we were that stupid? They didn't contain it. Seriously, they're going to look back and frankly say, they should have done this, they should have done that, and they're probably right. But I'm just saying, we're just going to see that.
Well, that was one of the points that the article made, was that when it did come to Wuhan, that the Wuhan actually locked themselves in, and that they have not had that many cases since that time. So they actually did a better process of getting their folks quarantined and actually socially distancing and all of that stuff. So I don't know what the figures are. You usually have those figures with you and everything, Nick, but it does seem like those figures have been steadily going down because they did the quarantine and the whole action.
I think professional sports is a bad issue, a bad example.
Yep. Oh, and with that, not that I'm neurotic about time, but it's 2:00. It's at the hour, so we're going to have to thank our guest. Actually, there are stars and shows. Jeff, who runs Weed Wednesday, and of course, Mark Lee, who runs the Mark Lee Radio Show Monday at 2:00. Thank you for coming to Celebrity Tuesday. Hopefully, we'll be able to see you all next week. And let's see.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे, अच्छू अच्छू। और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
Thank you for